Hi guys. Hi Naybell. Hi Peaches. Hello. Hello. Hi Adeline. Hi. Welcome. Hey Lauren. Welcome in everyone. Hi Pearl. Hey Proverbs 31. I know Lauren. Hi Mar. Hi Whiteteria. Hi K-Love. Welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Hi Kristen. Hi guys. It has been a while, Ken. Period. We love that for you. Got the notification as soon as I was making it. Period. Hey Tech Guy. Hi Rain. Hi Danielle. Hi Ann. Hi Mika. Thank you Proverbs 31. Happy Friday everybody. It has been a long time. Listen. Hi T. I know Rain. It's been forever. Blame it on the bootleg transfer of power, y'all. Hi, Win. Blame it on the bootleg transfer of power, okay? Hi, Shay. Because the way the ADHD is set up. Hi, Curry. Listen. Oh, I've missed y'all too. I have not missed TikTok. Hi, Ray. Hi, Kelly. You haven't been on here much. Exactly, Mika. Exactly. It was like the bootleg, you know, we must have tried to buy TikTok with fool's gold or something, baby, because the bootleg transfer of power put us down. And again, the way the ADHD is set up is, baby, once I can't access the hyperfixation no more, I just don't give a fuck no more. T, I feel you. I was like, oh, I don't even care no more. What's that thing I used to be doing? Kelly, I was so off of here. I was like, because that was supposed to be the next live day. Which was I was so glad that we had gone live on that Saturday, unplanned. Hi dark skin lover girl. Hey Nola. Hi my loves. Listen, Kelly. I know. Long time no see. So like, thankfully we had gone live that Saturday, but then on Sunday that little transfer of power happened, and the United States must have been like, I gotta check in the savings. Because when TikTok went down, I was like, oh, I don't even care no more. I don't even want to be there no more. I don't care. And then I went on vacation for like 5 days. So I was trying to be present, you know. I was trying to be present. Listen, that's me. They was like, listen, I gotta check in on the savings. The way my account is set up, I gotta move the money from my savings to my check-ins. And TikTok was like, nah, that shit bounced. The check was fraud. You wrote us a hot check. We shutting this shit down. So yeah, that's all it took. 24 hours of me not being able to access, to not get it hit, and I was like, yeah, I don't care. Hi, Nay. Listen, they was like, you get it in 3 business days. Listen, T. Hi, Alicia. Hi, everyone. Hi. I have been enjoying. I'm happy to see you all too. Listen, Mika, they might honestly. Hi, my love. I have enjoyed watching y'all and just scrolling TikTok and posting things to my story. And I have, I think I've gotten on a couple of panels since, but that's it. Listen, y'all, it's giving an AI summary of what we're doing in here, and it says I can manage it in settings. I need to go do that because I want to turn it off. I just got to figure out how to do it. I'm gonna go do it when we get off of here. Hi, Chrissy. Thank you all for the likes. Hi, Candy Cane. Hello, hello, everyone. Thank you for the likes. Happy Friday. It has been almost 2 weeks since we have been on live. If you joined late, I'm blaming it on the inappropriate. Oh, thank you. I am blaming it. Hi, Lena. Hi, Chrissy. Hi, Cookie Dough. I am blaming it on the inappropriate transfer of power. Okay, and the U.S. being raggedy. Hi, Agatha. And it fucking up, shutting down TikTok. Okay, just dusty. Ain't nothing like a broke ass. Just a broke ass. Like. Ugh. We get to the place and you trying to order off the dollar menu. The U.S. basically, they gonna shut my live down. Let me stop. But they basically was like, they came in here, listen, a trailer park with a Gucci belt, Lauren. They was like, can we get the discount version of TikTok? And TikTok was like, shut that hoe down. And I'm blaming it on that, okay? A broke ass country, okay? Had the audacity to build this bitch on free labor and still be broke? Ugh. Raggedy. Just mismanagement of funds, okay? I can't. Speaking of, happy Black History Month, y'all. Happy Black History Month. Okay. I don't know if y'all saw my story, but I was like, I'm extra black because I gave birth to a child on the first day of Black History Month, and I gave birth to another child the day before Juneteenth. So, I'm blackity black over here. But happy BHM. I hope that you all are finding ways to find joy in the midst of the world. Because it's a lot. But if it's one thing I trust about marginalized communities, it is ways. I trust our creativity and the ways, hi Lacey, for us to find joy in the midst, baby. Period. Period, Lauren. Period. Okay? Nah, it's already filtered. What is it filtering out of the comments, Lord child? I done made somebody mad saying happy Black History Month, and ain't even that many of us in here. Hi, Bubbles. Wait, Proverbs 31. That's the stuff I like to hear. That's the stuff I like to hear. Yeah. Yeah, they need to stop feeling like it's so safe to just walk around outside. I'm just saying. Okay, let me stop. But I'm just saying. I told y'all last time we need to bring back shame. I meant it.
Got your question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want taco? You want the scramble? And then if you want just a scramble, what do you want on it? Not just eggs and tots, right?
I prefer tacos. Mostly because I just want to eat that salsa.
The green one, the big jar?
Yeah.
Or the other one that's Okay, alright, I'll do that in a second.
Okay. Will you give me tissue, please? Y'all, my allergies have been kicking my ass. And they did Proverbs 31, and we love that for them. We love that for them. Okay? Because that's what they need. Okay? That's what they need it to be. They need it to feel like you are not welcome here. And that we keep each other safe. So I actually love that for them. That they had that experience. I don't know if Anika is here. Is Anika here yet? Because she explicitly made a video asking me to go live. Exactly, Proverbs 31. And let me just say this. And let me just say this. Hi, babe. Let me just say this. We could talk about it. I'm gonna be honest. I ain't caught up on everything, Nike, but we definitely can. I haven't been watching Traders, y'all. I started watching His and Hers, and obviously Baddies. And Potomac. I finished Potomac. And baby, the way that they are, I have a lot of thoughts about Potomac. I'm not finished yet, but I am on episode, I think I just finished episode 4. I have not watched Tell Me Lives. I will say, people asking, is His and Hers good? I would say it is good so far. Like, I like mysteries, though. I like a little mystery. I have a suspicion about who it is, but I don't want y'all to ruin it for me. I don't want somebody to accidentally be like, oh no, it's not them. Like, I want to find out that I'm wrong. On my own. But yeah, I am watching it. I'm at the end of episode 4 where they just slept together. Anna and Jack. And you know what Jack is giving? Maybe I'm a jerk. I feel like I'm not being a jerk, but he's giving like not the character, like the actual like actor is giving like Schmedium Ugly is coming back again. Do y'all remember that era in TV where it was like, I think they're cute, I'm not really sure, like maybe they're cute. Are they cute? It's like that, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited for us to have normal looking people on TV again. Oh. I love that for me.
Because I need to help you.
Huh?
That's why I need to help you.
I love that for me. You were wrong about who did it. Okay. Yes, T. Yes, and I love that. Yes, hello, Kelly. Richard Gere. I don't know. Richard Gere's maybe a little bit more polished to me. But you know what? Maybe Richard Gere in his young days. He is a pretty good actor. Is that accent real? Okay, that doesn't matter. But I'm curious. Does anybody know? Is that really his accent, or is he like putting on for the character? Y'all, I got distracted. What was I telling y'all? See, listen. Y'all got me talking about the TV shows and I done got, child. Oh, and another thing. Another thing. When Proverbs 31 said that ice got ran out of, them little cubes got ran out of Compton, and that's how the Panthers used to do it. I just need to make a disclaimer right now. I feel like y'all know this, but I'm gonna tell you out loud anyway. Ain't no Black Panther Party recruiting online, baby. Ain't no Black Panther Party making an online registry. Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth right now? Please don't get caught up. Please don't get caught up. Not when the activists been using Signal. Baby, we encrypting text messages. Ain't nobody creating no fucking public ass roster. So to the people that are activated, you are new, right? You might be green to this. Just know that is a setup, a scheme set up by Ty. Okay, we ain't doing it. You know what, Nike? I'm just gonna say it's the green people, okay? If you are green to it, if you new to it, I don't want you getting caught up because you're, overzealous. Listen, Cookie Dough, FBI in there, like, all right, so add them to the watch. Like, don't do that. Have I seen the Orange Man's post? No, I have not. Hi, Mufasa. I don't follow the Orange Man. Where would I have seen his post outside of him? I mean, I'm sure people are talking about it, but I have not seen it. Hi, Anika. I was like, I don't want to get too far into this before Anika joins. Hi, Jay Monet. I missed you too, my love. Hi. I don't know what the orange man said. I know the files is crazy. See, Emirates, they ain't talk about it on the news. Well, when did they start talking about it? Miriam, it's been ages because, girl, it's been ages. I ain't been on live for like 2 weeks. If it came out after this morning, I haven't been on my phone at all. I watched the news in the morning before I leave for the day, but I haven't seen any news since then. What did he say? Is it okay to type or like be coming on Netflix? Y'all, and he posted I mean, of course he did. Of course he did. What I don't understand, he posted them as animals when he looks like that in his human form. I just want us to be for real. Sir. Hi, Bobos. But also, I mean, we know the man is a racist. I don't. He's a racist, a rapist. Like I just feel like it's not shock. It doesn't outrage or shock me because that would mean that I would not expect you to do that behavior personally. And I just feel like there's no line with him. I think if anything, the only thing personally, and I'm just finding out about it, Hagatha. Oh my God, Hagatha!
I need to eat some dinner first.
Please.
We need to eat some dinner first. We're gonna eat. We're gonna eat some breakfast tacos.
No.
The only thing that really kind of like makes me feel invested in that, right, is like that's the person that's representing our country worldwide. Even if everybody knows that he's not a representation of us, he is. You know, he's the one in the rooms. He's the one having the conversations. That's why it's like, damn.
You want to eat some tots and eggs just by themselves?
This is
I just put my.
not okay.
You gotta eat some food.
And her fries are still in the back of your car.
So you're definitely not eating that. Because I told you to eat those fries. I didn't even know that you didn't eat them.
But I think some of them spilled. I don't know.
Because I like Spider-Man.
You spilled.
She likes Spider-Man.
I like Spider-Man too.
So yeah, I saw that the man was trying to sue the IRS. I saw he's investigating Nike because they're discriminating against white people. Like the man, somebody just get him a damn diamond dots and put him somewhere in a corner because keep the man busy. Like it's just giving. You need to sit down in a quiet room by yourself until you are done.
Okay, I'll cook it a little bit.
Cookie dough and does.
You know how you get the.
And does. Like,
What do you mean?
I fear
Like the eggs.
you need intervention, friend.
Friday.
It's giving you need to be in a conservatorship. Like it's giving you don't need to be even thinking for your own self, let alone trying to make decisions for everybody else, child.
Fried, you want them to be like a big circle like that?
Yeah, big.
And see, that's what I'm saying. So cookie dough, I remember, and I think it's the creator that you're talking about, Anika. I remember a creator saying like he appears to be sundowning, which is like related to neurocognitive decline, right? And I don't remember if it's Alzheimer's or dementia that it's related to, but that he's sundowning. And that the reason why the man was redoing the ballroom is because they were giving him a busy work activity. And I just feel like clearly he ain't busy enough. If y'all don't fucking get that man some drape options to look at and some fucking tile flooring coloring to like, if you don't get him something to fucking do, because don't piss me off. My son just like and get it Nike and get the man, put a goddamn passcode on the phone. If it's truly dementia, isn't dementia the one where you forget things? He gonna forget it. So just put a password on the phone or a password. Give him like, can they create like an alternate version of social media where like he thinks he's on social media but he's not? Get him that. Listen, Lauren. Y'all are funny in the comments, but like, Lauren, there was a creator on here. I don't know if they were like they're a podcast, and they had like posted a video. And I want to open the panel, y'all. So let's get to 25K. There was a podcast because I only want to do like an hour of the panel, y'all. But there was a podcast and there was a guest on the podcast, and they were like, what do you feel like we need to do in order to like solve like what's happening right now? And they were like, we need to pew politicians, like we need to like pew them. And I'm not joking. They were like, we need to do that more frequently, and like I'm not joking. And I was like, I mean, I'm just saying, y'all know what I'm saying. I'm just saying. So yeah, because baby, they need to feel like there's consequences for them acting how they act. Listen, T, and that's why we need the people that are actually listen. What we needed, dark skin lover girl, please.
You gonna where my noodles at? Oh,
what we need is more of what's the one that y'all like that? What's his name? I don't be memorializing people like that in my head, y'all. But the one that pew the insurance guy. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Mangione Luigi. There you go. What should have happened is it should have been like a crew. You know what I'm saying? Let me stop. I don't know nothing about that. Hypothetically, if there had been, hi internet.
I already got you a hair appointment.
Oh, Cookie Dough, I've been on that list since I was in high school, boo.
Why?
Oh. Here, what's your dinner?
Breakfast tacos is what I want.
I want cheese.
That's not a meal.
But I want.
He wants chili cheese, bro.
I want cheese. And I want pizza stuff and noodles.
Okay. But I'm just saying, if it had been a network, and when one puts the mantle down, there is someone else to raise the mantle again. Right. Hi, Sade. And right. Okay. All right. Okay. Who do we honor during Black History Month?
Black people.
Well, yes.
MLK.
Christopher.
Hey, bye.
What are you talking to?
No. No. No, I'm waiting for you.
Y'all know who I'm talking about?
Christopher Columbus.
Don't piss me off.
No, that's the only Christopher I know.
No, it's a black man that took it upon himself
To free slaves.
to free us as a people by
Boat.
liberating people from this realm.
I learned about some dude who, like, saved, like, a bunch of slaves after he stole his, I guess, master's boat. I don't know his name.
Nat Turner.
I don't know.
No, y'all, I'm talking about, what's that black man's name?
I'm about to go
That
Google
shoots the
that.
cops. Ain't his name Christopher Dahmer?
Yeah, Christopher Dorsey or something like that.
It's not Dorsey.
Darcy or something. It's something with a D, ain't it?
It's something with a D. I do. T. Him. The one in LA. Y'all know who I'm talking about. We talked about him last time. Anyway, we need more to step up. Yes, Nike. Christopher is the first name, right? I'm not tripping. Am I tripping? It's not Christopher. It is Christopher. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
We need more of them to step up. Come on now.
Hey.
Yes, MJ. And here's the thing, Mika. Oh, y'all, we're almost at 25K. Here's the thing.
Dorner. Yeah, he was right. He said Dorner, right?
Yeah, somebody else, Nike put it in there.
Malachi.
Mika said,
What?
we need a crew who have nothing to lose. And here's what I'm going to say, especially in Black History Month, y'all.
I didn't even do anything.
The reality is that part of the struggle, part of the fight is that you have to be willing to give some shit up. It's not going to be comfortable.
I don't want to lose.
It's not going to, you actually do have something to lose. It doesn't mean that you don't be in the fight though. You know what I'm saying? It is risky. It is. And we all have to figure out what our level of tolerance is, but I feel like we got to increase that distress tolerance. Mika said it can't be any of us in this room specifically. But I'm just saying we got to increase that distress tolerance, right? And I will say, I actually feel like it's a reasonable response to act up.
Nigga, this is mine.
I actually, I don't know. The panel's open. Request, y'all. Somebody had said years ago, I guess it is years ago at this point. They're like, oh, what are you gonna do if a white person calls you the N-word in your face? And I was like, I'm gonna pop them. The fuck? What you mean? Oh, then you're just proving them right. They thought that shit before I popped them. They already thought that. Hi, Nika.
Hi. Oh my gosh, it's so nice to hear your voice again.
I know. It's nice to be here.
Oh my gosh.
They already thought that I actually don't give a fuck about, I don't give a fuck personally about, proving you right, or, being the angry black woman. I actually am mad about shit, actually, so,
yeah,
whatever.
My whole thing is I keep saying we need to stop playing respectability politics with people who aren't respectable and should not be respected. Like Michelle Obama said, we go high when they go low, but they're already in hell. We can't go lower than hell. So we have to, if we got to do it, we got to do it.
Agreed 100%. And I don't want us, like, we can't play safe. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, y'all, my allergy meds are wearing off. But, like, we cannot play safe. And I need us to know that, unfortunately, that is part of it, right? And I'm going to say this, like, brief aside. Hi, Tata. And then I want us to get into whatever y'all want to get into. Because, but, like, part of this conversation we're having tonight is what's beautiful about it is that, like, even when we were way back in the day, first ever coming on lives together, hi Mia, and we were talking about fucking Love Island. I have always been like, we have always integrated racial politics. We have always integrated these other pieces. And so y'all know that I am here for you, being about that life and really doing the work and really doing the research and really being equipped, because it's not going to, if you really are raised by Asada, if you're really raised by, you know, Angela, Audra, Lord, like, then you know that it's going to require some shit. Ain't nobody ever got their freedom by appealing to the good senses of their fucking oppressors. That's never how it has happened. And so y'all have to stop, you know, I mean, do whatever you want to do. But I'm definitely always going to be clear about, I am clear that it is actually going to take some shit being turned the fuck up. Period. Hi on site. Hi in. Okay, I will stop. But happy Black History Month.
Happy Black History Month, y'all.
Happy Black History Month.
Same to you, although we don't celebrate Black History Month in Trinidad, but I stand in solidarity with my diaspora cousins. So yes, happy Black History Month.
Love that.
I love that one, gentle girl. I love that fucking frog twerking, bro. Okay. I feel like this is a nice little transition into the traders and race conversation that you wanted to have, Nike. Please.
Okay, so I am done with the traders. I've gone back. I'm watching season 1 again. So in case anyone wants to join me on that journey, it is just so funny to me how every single season these white men do the bare minimum, and then the public glazes them and acts like they're doing so much, not like they are benefiting from a system where white men doing the bare minimum is given accolades, given praise. Meanwhile, people of color have to, particularly, I'm not going to say people of color, Black women in the same roles and on the same show have to basically unalive themselves, cry, wax poetic about certain things just to have a seat at the table and to not be seen as villainous. And even when they do cry and it's honest, people end up saying, oh, they're fake. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're that. And so Rob, what's his name? Rob Rush from Love Island being on there, doing basically the bare minimum, in my opinion, not doing any better than Candace, I feel like, was doing way better. All of a sudden, people are like, he's playing such a good game. He's doing so well. Meanwhile, every single Black person, we're on episode 8, just aired yesterday. Every single Black person is off the show. There are only 5 Black people in total. Why are they all off the show already? It literally makes no sense. And all these people, they showed like, oh, Rob is just so sweet and so kind. I could never see him being a traitor. Are you kidding me? And I'm pretty sure it was Kristen, a woman of color, saying that. She was Asian. A woman of color saying that. And that just shows you how we can't keep saying these people of color in solidarity, because they will turn on you to be in proximity to white men, especially. It's ridiculous. It's actually disgusting. And this just tells me 100 times I'm gonna ride for my Black sisters. I mean, unless you're a part of the 8%, I will ride for you. But we have to protect ourselves. We only have each other. I mean, I hope to see y'all on the other side of this, but we need to actually, because I feel like we're just such our hearts are so big. We're so empathetic because we've been through so much. Like, people who've been through the most empathize with the people going through the least. But I feel like that's our downfall over and over again, because we're like, oh yeah, this person respects us. Let me invite them to the cookout. Let me do this. Let me do that. And it's actually to our own detriment and to detriment of our people. And we need to stop it. So I'm gonna just say that.
It's giving seats taken. That's where we need to be. Seats taken.
Yeah.
Can't sit here like that.
Yes, and there was actually this man, this white man named Logan was just, did you see it? Tina, it kind of looked like you're, okay. So he became popular for doing this, these cucumber, Asian infused recipes.
Hot pots.
Hot pots. But he was not doing hot pots at the time. He was doing something else. He was doing like ramens and different stuff. And then he paired with this Chinese company do hot pots. And then he said, this is the first time there's ever been a like a base we can put it into the soup. And all these Asian people came out and said, first of all, hot pots, traditionally Korean. Why are you paired with this Chinese brand? And it's not the first time. This is very normal in our culture. And also, Chinese brand, why are you partnered with this white boy? So again, we need to gatekeep more. Gatekeep, girl boss. Black girl boss. And I need to find another G. Something with another G throw in there.
Period. I want to say this. I have so many thoughts after what you just said. Number one, I have told y'all from the beginning that I didn't think Rob was playing a good game. He was just being quiet. I have told y'all that from the beginning. That I don't feel like he was playing, because people were like, oh my God, he's doing so good on the show. And I'm like, what has he done? What has he done on the show other than be quiet? And that to me is not actually strategy. Personally, right? Like, I'm not watching you actually gameplay. Hi, Lady Aries. I did not see the recent episode where Candace got booted off, but I did see, yes, y'all, let's go ahead and get to 50K likes, but I did see people were saying like, oh, she was too emotional and this and this and that. Like, a lot of people were like jumping on her for things, and as if Rob hadn't done the same things, and as if a bunch of other people had not done the same things. So yeah, I mean, we are measured far more harshly and judged far more harshly than, you know, a cis white man is. And so it's amazing. I think it'll be interesting to see if any of them watch it back and actually can see their implicit bias show up, or if any of them actually take to heart any of the feedback that I know they are seeing all over the internet right now. Hi, Bad. Welcome, my love. So I will be curious to see if there's any level of self-reflection, especially given the climate that we're in as a country, right? Reality TV in general, is supposed to be able to be fun. And I know that it's not necessarily an escape, right? Because I say to you all the time that reality TV is really just like a microcosm of what's happening in the world. But I wonder if they will see the parts that they're playing, right? Because I'm sure a shit ton of them think that they're allies. They think they're so left leaning. They think they're so liberal, right? And yet here you are enacting some of the same shit that's happening in this country on that TV show. It's just sweeter. Or more, a little bit more sugar on it, but it's the same fucking behavior. And I wonder if any of them will see it. Okay. Lauren, go ahead.
I will have to say, like, so my friend who I will watch Traders with, I recognize that she never watched Real Housewives of Potomac. She happens to be a woman who derived from the mountains of Caucasus with a little bit of indigenous, okay? And she thinks Rob is hot, right? So as she's watching it, and her viewpoint, she's like, she really thinks Rob's like really doing something, like he's like mysterious and he's very, and I'm like, he's just Rob. He's like, he's the same Rob, right? But also for me, I also had my own inherent biases because, listen, I'm a team Candy Cane. I've always liked Candace. I probably will always like Candace. I just enjoy her. I miss her on TV. And I thought she had fantastic gameplay. I thought, as far as emotions, she had them pretty locked in compared to Triangle Candace, which I'm a sensitive Sally too. Don't judge me for welling up. That's just how I express my feelings, and it's quite cathartic. You should try it. And that's all I can say about that. Rob, you're just sitting there either like you're barred out, but I know you're not. I just think it could be a neurospicy kind of thing, right? Not in that bad way. You are engaged, but you are disengaged, and that's how you've been able to move through the world. You especially were able to move through the world like that as a white cis man, right? Like, no one's going to say, why don't you smile more at work? Or you're not very talkative today. They're not going to go to HR and say, there's something wrong, like Rob's attitude has changed, right? But I promise you they'd probably do it to Candace or myself, right? So it feels like, I don't think that he had terrible gameplay either. I really liked some of those moves. I think it's upsetting naturally because, like I said, I like Candace a lot. The fact that they're kind of beefing online, I don't like that. But also at the same time, Dorinda's a racist, right? Like, let's be very clear on the vibes that are also in that Traitors cast, right? You have Dorinda, who has said questionable things since her first season of Real Housewives of New York. And I think that he probably was very kind to Ron when a lot of people in the house weren't. And I don't think that is fake or gameplay. Like, that could just be who he is as like a person, right? Like, I can see the gameplay, and I guess I don't want to discount it. I just feel like, bare minimum. That's all he had to give. And I'm not shitting on his gameplay. I just like Candace more. I think that's the best way of saying it. Cool. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. And yeah, I agree. Tiger's Butterfly said Rob's whole persona is gameplay. I think that, and I don't know. I haven't watched the most recent episodes, but I do think that, like, again, I've always said, I think that being quiet is only going to work for so long. Like, at some point, if you're being a faithful, you're not just sitting back and watching. You're not just sitting back and listening. You are engaging. You are suggesting names. You're having like, that's what the faithfuls are all doing. So to say he has this amazing gameplay, and he hadn't been doing any of, maybe something has changed in like the last 2 or 3 episodes. But he hasn't been doing any of that. Like, he's certainly not acting like a faithful. He's just being quiet. Oh, he's doing it now, Nay. Not he just whispers. Anika, please give us your thoughts, my love.
Well, I don't follow Traitors, so I'm just like taking in the conversation as it goes along, and I'm understanding all the points that are being made, but I'm being slowly sucked into Love Island All Stars, very slowly sucked into it, because I'm looking at content. I haven't looked at an episode yet, and I'm seeing a lot of parallels with the same issues that you all are describing in terms of how people act, how people are treating the Black woman on the show in particular, and it is very irksome. And today, after looking at some content, I had to wonder. I was like, Black women need to boycott these shows, because I don't think we need to sign up for mistreatment. I don't think you need to sign up for gaslighting. I don't think you need to sign up for being embarrassed thoroughly for producers writing or scripting things in a way that puts you at a disadvantage to reinforce certain tropes. I mean, I'm seeing this thing that's happening between, like, I can't remember the girl's name, but there was this couple, this guy named Scott, and the other one, this girl he was with for 3 weeks, of Dark Skin Black Girl. Leanne, right. And now this big switch that has happened, and they're saying that the girl who picked Scott, she does this kind of thing. She was on season 2 of Love Island with Justine, and she tried the same thing when Justine was with the guy who ended up conning her in the end. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, Jesus, why am I seeing it? It's starting to get annoying now. And for me, when things repeat themselves like that, it's like the definition of utter madness. And I'm like, listen, why are we subjecting ourselves to this crap over and over and over? It's too much. It's starting to get a bit much for me. But as I said, I've been listening. I haven't looked at Traitors. I have no clue what you all are talking about, but I get the issues totally. Like, why is this crap happening? When is it what kind of rude awakening has to happen for people to get the message, that you all have internal biases to deal with? Let's not, masquerade and hide behind it. You all are just as friggin' racist as the overt racist who will say the N-word to your face. You're just more dangerous because it's hidden, basically. So yeah, that's how I feel as of now.
Yeah, I feel it. Listen, someone said in the comments, and I agree. I agree with also the larger. Listen, I talk shit about my own self for watching baddies. I'm judging my own self for watching baddies, right? But I also tell you all that I don't like for black people or black women explicitly to be the minority in a show. If you are one of 6 or 5 of 20, it's y'all probably about to get on my fucking nerves. It's probably about to be some anti-blackness. It's probably about to do something that pisses me off or feels like trauma. I saw the clip. I haven't sat and watched the whole interview with Serena, but I did see a clip where Serena talked about a couple things. She talked about her being the only person in there doing the girls' hair and how the boys had a barber coming in. So I thought, wow, that's interesting. A show that basically centers around the women, like the women are the people that the audience watch for, right? We watch for the women. But I've talked to y'all before about how Love Island is you have to be male centered in a sense to like be on that show a little bit because it does cater to the men in a lot of ways. This was just another way, right? That sexism was like on display. The misogyny was on display, right? And then her saying that the producers, they had to get on the producers' asses about the fact that, they brought in men that they knew were not attracted to black women so that they could so that the hope maybe was that they would be seen as undesirable, right? And it's like, without her saying it, without her being like, no, this actually happened, I'm pointing at it. I've always felt like that, which is why I typically don't watch reality dating shows, because the black women end up being in the minority and they end up being presented as the least desirable when I know that bitch be a baddie. Like, she would be hounded in the streets. She be so fine. But they be acting on the show like, oh, if you're not, the size of, a teenage girl and, white with blonde hair and blue eyes, then nobody like wants to date you. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, I appreciated her naming it explicitly, and it has always been so obvious. And why I do agree with you, Anika. Not only though should black women stop signing up for these shows, I think we should stop fucking watching them. How'd that take? But
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
used to look at The Bachelor. Actually, I looked at one of Nick Vile's seasons when I can't even remember her name now, but she became the Bachelorette. Yes, the black woman. And I saw the way the whole thing was being postured, and I'm sitting there and I was like, why the hell am I watching this shit? And then I just switched off. And then I saw the news, well, okay, she's the Bachelorette and she's gonna be, I was like, okay, all right, cool. But the way they frame these shows, and this is not, I mean, this is not even just reality shows. This tokenism thing has been going on ever since I've known myself looking at TV. Now, for us in Trinidad, we consume a lot of American content. Most of the TV shows that we get, if not all, are American content. So we consume a lot of it. And you always see this token black character who is either very, very one-dimensional or, you know, just has like a supporting role. And it's like, why? What is this about? And there was a point in time when I just like stopped looking at certain shows. I stopped because it became offensive to me. There was a time I could not even look at, you see, like Martin. I know this is a hot take. I hate that comedy. Hate Martin. And the reason why I hate Martin is because of that Pam and Martin dynamic and the Shanae thing. I thought, and this is as a teenager, I found it highly offensive. So I couldn't look at it at all. And like I would look at shows like Living Single and those others, right? But like you watch these things and you see the tokenism glaring in front of you. And I mean, our society in Trinidad, we are not as overtly racist as it is in the States. It's not in your face, but it's there. And it's very different. The dynamics are different. But when you see it staring at you in your face, it's like, what the hell? You know, and it's very upsetting. It's very, very upsetting to me. I mean, the first time I visited the States, it was a culture shock dealing with the way people would react to you. And you know, you were on your guard, and after a week I wanted to fly back home, honestly. it was that bad. But it's annoying to me. And I think what happened when I saw that thing today from Truth Social, we all know what it is, it upset me even more, because it's a method to distract in the middle of Black History Month. And then this thing that Netflix has done with the documentary, now I haven't seen it, but I'm going to stream it. Just from where I am, I don't know if it will add to the numbers, it might, but I'm going to stream it and look at it. Because these things are deliberate in your face, and it's almost like it's rage baiting. If you want to call it that. And it's very, very upsetting to look at. It's like, what the hell is going on?
No, I agree, Anika. Okay, wait. I want to let Nike, I know you had a thought. So much of that, yes, and I agree with you all that it is in every single TV show. And I have to be honest, it is different when you can, like, there are certain TV shows that are like scripted that I just don't watch, right? Like I can actually choose what I ingest when it is a scripted TV show versus when you are watching reality TV. Like, yes, it is edited. It is scripted in some ways. Ilea has talked about the different levels of like production intervention in order to craft a storyline. But it is different when I'm watching a reality TV show that boils down to either one, like desirability politics, and there are Black women in there. Nikki, I think you'll catch on in a second. Like, that's one thing. And then another thing for me is like, I'm realizing I would have never, like, when I'm thinking about the concept of Traitors now, I'm like, of course I wouldn't like it, because it's based on how you all feel about each other, and that implicit bias is going to show up every single fucking time, right? Whereas, like, I can watch a Secret Millionaire reality TV show, right? Because it's like, y'all are not voting, not really on like who stays or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like, yes, a little bit, but not quite as much. Or I can even watch like Love Island Games. I was able to watch it this summer because it's like, well, y'all are not really voting on who stays or goes. Like, everybody's here to win the money. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody has a different driver, a different motivator. And so it's like, ugh. I'm realizing, I actually would never like shows like Traitors. I didn't really understand like the concept of it, but I'm like, yeah, no, I wouldn't like that. I think it's part of the reason as a kid why I stopped watching like Survivor. So like, yeah, I think that we should disengage from more of that stuff. Okay, Nike, give your thoughts.
I agree wholeheartedly. I'm somebody, I love reality TV. I've watched very first season, like since Big Brother season 1, watched the live feeds, watched Survivor, watched The Amazing Race, watched The Real World, watched The Challenge, I watched The Traitors. I've watched every season of Love Island USA, most of UK, some of France with subtitles on, of course, and then like Australia as well. I have not watched anything Love Island since season 7, and that's been Love Island Games, Love Island All Stars. Not watching any of it because it left such a bad taste in my mouth, especially seeing the production bay and how they're all white men. I don't care if they try to say like, oh, but they're gay white men. I don't care, because at the end of the day, if they've shown us over and over again that a gay white man is still just a white man at the end of the day, they will always lean into that before they lean into being a minority in that respect. So I'm going to treat them like they're white men because that's what they are at the end of the day. So I do think we need to stop watching. I think that this is a time where I know we've said like the great step back still matters. During that time, instead of pouring into or having these shows rot our brains, and also lull us into submission. Because when we see things like this happen on TV, we just think, oh, that's how it is in real life. If it happens to that person, it can happen to me. We need to read up on history. If you think, hey, I have my passport, I want to leave this godforsaken country, start learning that language. Start learning how to code. Start learning something where you can work remotely no matter where you live. Start learning. My brother wants me to start listening to Dave Ramsey to start investing and managing and like diversifying my portfolio and learning about stocks. I want us to Tulusima has an EQ class. I think it's all full now, but there are a lot of people who get emotionally triggered by things that I think they should not be emotionally triggered by. And during this time, we need to also be bettering our mental health and ourselves. So get into an EQ class if you can. If you look at your healthcare, if you have healthcare, see if there's a therapy class, because there are a lot of things that will be triggering us on the news, outside the news, and the people who, I guarantee you, Trump showed his racism with the 8 caricatures of our president and first lady. Their children that are going to be going to schools that then saw their parents laughing at that, and they're going to be antagonizing your children. So you need to equip yourself so you can equip your own children how to deal with that stuff. Because unfortunately, you brought your children into a world that hates them if they're Black. So you also need to arm them in that way. I need you guys to find a local newspaper that you can get your local news from, because people focus so much on national news, but you can only change what's happening in your own backyard. And learning about this election's happening this time, this is who's in charge of my HOA, let me join my HOA. I know you don't have time necessarily, but if you have time to watch all these shows, then you also have time to not watch those shows and pour into yourself and your community, because that's what's going to get us out of this hellscape.
And let me just say, it is very bad, even in ways that don't make the news, even in ways that are not sensational. And so, I work with, I feel like you all know this, I work in the nonprofit industry at this point, and offer, anyway, it doesn't matter. But I work with people that are experiencing some level of homelessness. And even the way that people get vouchers in order to try to get housed, because funding is being cut. They're looking for ways to remove people from vouchers. Like it is bad all around in ways that, again, never make the news. Cutting funding for harm reduction programs for people that are using substances, right? Like just it's not a good environment. The truth is that's always been true, right? Certain communities have always experienced these things, and it is getting bigger and it is getting louder. I also implore you, like Nike is saying, if you're someone that wants to get engaged in the work, and I want you to find joy, like don't misunderstand me. I don't want you to I don't want you to feel like your entire existence has to be about the struggle, right? But you are inherently, your existence is political. So fucking engage, right? And so I think that one way that I think of that is like lower access is like, there are lots of organizations that do like street medic training. Like, do you know how to provide like basics, like care? Can you do CPR? Like, these are things that like you can go take a class, you know, for a couple of hours and like learn a skill, right? And like, how can you then use that to benefit your community? You know, so I appreciate you naming that. I think that there, yes, is a way to find balance between the two. Also, Nike said y'all have 2 minutes to get to 50K. I feel like I actually should have cut the comments off a long time ago. I'm gonna let y'all get to 50K, and then you're gonna take a tap break, and then we are gonna have a new goal, and then turn off the comments if we can't get there. Okay. I'm gonna pause myself for 2 seconds. Y'all talk. I'm gonna close my bedroom door because they are yapping.
I'm so sorry, Bad B from DA, or from the 202. Never mind, Bad B from the 202. This is also, they are trying to exhaust us. That's the whole reason why we're being inundated with all this stuff. They are trying to exhaust us so we don't feel any hope, or we feel like this is normal. So like Tina said, find the joy in things. If there's like, hey, I've always wanted to learn how to crochet. Hey, I've always wanted to learn how to do this skill. I wanted to do this skill. Like, find a way to also like find the joy in your life. And also, I mentioned this in the comments. Stop using Klarna, stop using Afterpay, stop doing all this stuff that's going to get you into debt, because they also want you to be in debt and to be beholden to the system. Stop using all that stuff. It's not fun. It's not cute. The reason why it's so easy to get that stuff is because they want it to be hard for you to get out of whatever hole you're going to be digging yourself into.
So, I mean, let's just even name that like credit scores didn't exist until I was literally born. They're literally less than 50 years old. Like, this shit is all so fucking made up, y'all. It's all made up.
Yeah, they don't want black people. The same thing happened. Colleges used to be free. All these things used to be free. They didn't want black people to get ahead, because if black people got it, the biggest, I forgot what Martin Luther King said verbatim, but he said the biggest lie that the government told, that rich white people told poor white people, is that you may be poor, but at least you're not a poor black person. That's the lie they've been told, and that's why they consistently vote against their own interest. They don't want us to get ahead, because if we get ahead and they're still in the slums where they're supposed to be, then they will know the fallacy of the great white hope and the great white system is actually a lie.
We kind of have the same thing happening in Trinidad, but in a very, very different way. Our current party in power is East Indian based. Well, to explain, we've had obviously slavery, we have had African forced immigration, and then we've had indentureship, where the British brought in a different kind of forced labor, but under the guise of, indentureship. They suffered very similar hardships, but it was very different. And through British colonial rule, there's been a divide and conquer which has seeped into the consciousness of what specifically Trinidad and Tobago is. So there's this divide between persons of East Indian descent and people of African descent, and it has split into political parties and that kind of thing. And the party that is in government right now, because we had an election last year, April, they are an Indo or Indian-based party, what we would call South Asian, for clarity, for those of you all who may not be aware. And they are basically Trump glazers, like serious Trump glazers. It's disgusting to look at it. Now, our society is largely conservative. So on a whole, the society is conservative. So it's more, if you want to compare liberal versus conservative in terms of red versus blue, we are more red leaning as a society. But these people glaze, and like what happened with regard to Venezuela all the time before, our Prime Minister here has been openly supporting what Trump was doing with the bombing of the boats. Openly supporting, even as it took 2 of our nationals. They killed 2 people coming from Venezuela in the boat. And then you have, and I think when I started to examine like the elections and whatever, and what's happening with us, we too are experiencing that kind of frustration as Black people. And now what's happening is that this political ideology is now trying to seep itself into other Caribbean islands. It was successful in St. Vincent, and now they're trying it in Barbados with the Bajan elections. They tried it in St. Lucia, it didn't work. It's just happening there's this insidious thing that is spreading throughout the Western Hemisphere that is alt-right, like it's a huge alt-right pipeline that is coming from the States and wanting to seep its way throughout the Western Hemisphere. And it is very tiring. It is very, like, you sit and you watch it happening, and I'm seeing all these things happening, and people are just like in oblivion. Some people are just arguing about the mundane things. Like this thing came out today with what Trump did, and there is utmost silence from persons who would typically be very vocal in their support for Trump. Because it's listen to me, the night of the elections in the States, there were people in Trinidad celebrating in the streets that Trump won. That shocked the Jesus out of me. Like, I was, what the hell? And it's just frustrating. So like all the advice, Nike, that you gave, I tell people that all the time. Find the joy in whatever things you can do to take a mental break from what is happening, because this thing seems like an unstoppable train, and it is meant to frustrate you, or like, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like it's dulling you into submission, and sometimes you just feel like you want to zone out from what is happening, because it is so crazy and so unbelievable, to be honest.
I do want to say this though. I'm reading the comments. I want to say this. I want to caution us against saying, and not that you all are saying this explicitly, but like, I feel like we could be walking down this road. I want to caution us as we are making note of what happened in Europe and its move toward far-right extremism. I want to caution us against being like, oh, the US is becoming like X, or, even us using the word NAZI, right? These people are KLAN members. These people are slave owners. These people are, like, we have that shit on our own soil, actually. They were already, that shit was already the fuck here. And so I just want us to be cautious of, and I think that people do this because they want us to think of like something that they consider to be so extreme. But I think that that's because you don't think violence against Black bodies was extreme.
Exactly. People saying it could be our kids next.
Exactly.
It was already Trayvon Martin. It was already Tamara Rice. It was already all these people. What do you mean could be our children next? It already was our children. Not to mention, there were breeding plantations where fathers were forced to impregnate their daughters. What do you mean it could be
Literally.
where they would eat people? What do you mean you're shocked that people on Epstein's Island were doing this? What do you mean? It was already happening. It was only because these people were melanated that you didn't care. But now you know what's happening to you guys, and all of a sudden you're up in arms. You're up in arms and you're crying about it, and you're saying, how did we know? How could we know this would happen? He told you with his own words that he was racist. You didn't draw a line at that. He told you that he would grab women by their vaginas. You didn't have a problem with that. He told you that if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he would have sex with her. You didn't have a problem with that. You said that was cute and quirky. He said that little girls in pageants were so cute and that she would be a great mother one day. You didn't have a problem with that. You don't have a problem with it because that's who you are as a person. If you voted for Trump, I said this on Threads, if you voted for Trump, you would have accepted an invitation to that freaking island because you're a piece of trash and you're a garbage person. And I hope that the victims and the survivors who have to deal with the issues that happen on that island, I hope when you close your eyes, you see them in Jesus' name. I hope that when it's dead silent, I hope that you hear their screams. I hope every single time you take a bit of food, I pray that you taste the blood that was on their mouths. You deserve nothing. You're worthless and you're a piece of trash. And you should swap places with those people because they deserve to be here and you deserve nothing. You garbage parasite of a person. The reason that your family is here in this country is a lot of you were trash in your own country. I'm talking to white people mostly. You were trash in your own country. You guys were the assaulters. You guys were the unalivers. And you were sent here. The people that were the enslaved people that were taken from other places in Africa, they were the doctors. They were the leaders of their people. They were taken from their places and they come here and they made a life for themselves. You are trash right now because you were always meant to be trash. If in all actuality, your descendants shouldn't even be here because you should have been unalived in England, in Ireland, in Scotland, in wherever the hell you came from. Your family should never have been here to begin with. You are a plague upon this country, upon the human race. And if aliens were to come today, I would tell them to take all you guys away because you guys aren't worth even the speck of sand that God created on this earth. You're worthless. And France can always get it. France can always get it.
P, we're talking about, I want to let Bad just came up on the panel. I want to let Bad talk. But P, we are talking about a lot of things, shit. But right now we're talking about how America is the blueprint. The United States, I'm not even America because it's more than one America. United States is the blueprint for the shit that is happening right now in our country, and that we don't need to actually look outside of our borders to say like, oh my God, we're acting as though, or we are influenced by, or this is like Nazi Germany. No, baby, this is like 1920s US. Like this is like 1840. Like this is like us. This is like 2021 us. Like we don't need to look anywhere else. And then Nike was giving a nice little rant about what happened to all the Trump supporters.
Yeah. Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Also, when these people, like I said, these worthless sacks of skin say that, oh, slavery wasn't that bad, or that people in Africa had slaves first, I need you to tell them that the slavery there was different. It wasn't the same. Chattel slavery was nothing like it's ever been done before, because at least in those countries, they knew their slaves or their enslaved people or their workers were actually people. These people, these inhumane, pale-skinned little demons, didn't think people of darker skin were actually humans. That's the difference.
Well, and let's also
you could get out by working.
Exactly.
You could never get out of chattel slavery because you were property, which is why. I mean, I'm Nigerian, but I'm also Yoruba. But the Igbo, if you look at, there's a sculpture that's in the sea right now to this day, where it's Igbo people from Nigeria decided they would rather walk into the ocean than to be enslaved. That's the heart of our people. We need to stop saying we're not our ancestors, because we are, and they were strong and they were amazing, and there are people who resisted, but every single time we understand that. Sorry. So we know that they like to whitewash history. What makes you think they didn't whitewash the rebellions, the people that tried to escape? No, they lied to us. So just remember that they'll always lie, because the truth is not in them. Okay, yeah.
I'll say this too, and then Dad, I want you to give your thoughts. My older sister actually, and I agree with this, a lot of people are not their ancestors because y'all motherfuckers don't even want to be inconvenienced. But you want liberation. You're right. You're not. You don't have the fortitude that they have, or to be in community, Nike, right? Like, actually, you're right. Bad, please give us your thoughts.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say the people that say that, yeah, no, they're not their ancestors, because they're just using that phrase to escape responsibility. They don't want to feel like they have to do anything to help us or help themselves in what's going on right now. So, no, you're not. Also, I was going to say, I've been talking about how the United States was the blueprint for all this for years. Like in high school, I did a whole presentation about how that mustache man got his inspiration from America. Like I did a whole presentation on it, and you should have seen the faces of all my white classmates, because I went to a predominantly white Catholic school. Like, they were shook. Even my teacher was like, oh, I didn't know this. Like, the notes I got from that, they had no clue. And I'm like, I just don't understand how people don't. Well, I do. No one wants to read on their own. They just listen to what they're told in school. And I'm like, there's so much more information out there. What is it there for if you're not going to utilize it? But also, I don't know. I was just going to add something about traders. I am so sick and tired. I think I'm done. I can't do it anymore. Every single black person is gone off the show. Every single one. I can't do it anymore. Also, how in the world, how on this earth are they not suspicious of Rob? How? The man's not playing that well. He's really not. Like, I just don't understand. He just knew that Lisa was a traitor. No one looked at him like, how did he know? Like, that's really suspicious. And then him and Candace going back and forth. Now, that's two people that you have found out are traitors, and he was dead set on the fact that they were. How would he know that? Other than if he's in the turret with them. Hello? Like, is no one paying attention? And then Kristen pissed me off talking about that sweet man. How could he be a traitor? What? They're all so dumb. And honestly, I don't want him to win, but I'm okay with it because I don't want the Faithfuls to win because they're so stupid. They're just too dumb to get it right. Like, I want their stupidity to be their downfall and their biases to be their downfall. You want to be dumb and let that cute little white man, barely cute, get in your head and think that he is not a traitor. He would have been the first one I was looking at. The man has a body full of snake tattoos. Where have you been? And Maura's, oh my God, Maura.
The wigs. Maura. Stop acting. No, she is stupid. I don't care. She needs to pay attention. I just don't understand how nobody is suspicious. I have been so upset about this. He went after two people y'all found out are traitors. He also told them in that little group outside that Colton was saying Candace's name. He hadn't said it to anyone else. How would Candace know to kill him? Other than Rob telling her in the turret. Use your brain. They did not send their best.
They didn't send. I don't know what they sent.
Can I say something? Sorry. About you saying that some people on the show are dumb. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm catching on. It just reminded me of something I've been thinking about for a while. That like people feel not entitled but angry when someone is showing you their intelligence or showing that they can use their brain in a sense. And I feel like they act like intelligence is something that's inheritable, and especially in the inverse, where if it's inheritable and if they feel dumb or people tell them they're dumb or they're just not, they know they're not doing the work like they could, that it's like a static thing. And it's not changeable, and that frustrates me deeply to no end, because people be like, oh well, excuses, this and that. Well, you're different than me, you're that than me, or you think you're so better than me, being so uppity with all this education. No, like I'm looking like a college dropout. Like I'm not really rigorous in my studies in the academic sense, but I make sure to use my brain every day. I'm always analyzing my thing, right? And it's not like, oh, intelligence is static. No, some people may have an easier time at getting things than others, but as long as you're rigorous, right, as long as you're trying, you will understand the world better. And I feel like it's so dangerous when people think that intelligence is static and not something to be raised. Like if you're okay, quote unquote dumb, you can get better. Like just try harder. I'm not telling you to read a book. Question things. Yeah. Compare and contrast. Maybe consider different sources. You know what I mean? Exactly.
Yeah, I totally agree. I also don't understand, like, it's just so crazy how everybody decides to side with the white man. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're not a black person, you're going to side with the white man. It's like they don't care about you either. Do you understand that? And it's not just traders, it's just the world. Do you understand that?
No, but it's not about like they think the white guy is right oftentimes.
No.
It's protection. Well,
Yeah.
if I side with him, he's got more power than if I fuck up, then maybe I'll get on his good side. That's the whole
It's
point.
still stupid
That's
because
where the fallacy starts.
how long has it been where the white man has never been anyone's protector? They will stomp you into a grave 10 feet underground
Propaganda is
before they
key.
help you.
How many?
Let her finish, P. Hold on. Go ahead, Bat.
I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm getting upset, so I'm gonna let it go.
Thank you, Bat. Okay, P, share your thoughts, my love.
Me? Yeah. No, I totally agree with you, but like I think it's consistent pushing of that narrative that these are the people at the top and they deserve it, and this is how they've done it. All these Vietnam movies, all these Iraq movies, all these like the white guys, like the little small town hero just doing his best, all G Willikers, you know. And obviously there's like local media where it's not white people like in it, but like local media is still like entrenched in like, depending on the place, white supremacy or like the scars it's left. Like I'm Nigerian, right? So Nollywood necessarily is, oh my God, Nollywood is so classist. So classist. And obviously pre-white man, we had our own version of classism, obviously, but like it's been entrenched. Like, the good and righteous prince, he's looking for a wife. And don't be a bad girl around town. Be a good virtuous lady who's never promiscuous and it always bows her head down to the prince when and is a good filial daughter, and you do exactly as your father says, and then maybe the perfect prince will come around and be like, my queen, I need you in my household. You are the perfect one for me, and he'll take you away and you'll live your wonderful married life. You know what I mean? And, if you're poor, you're trash. If you're poor, you can be used. If you're poor, your life is forfeit. Like, it's not like super obvious sometimes, but like Nigeria is classist to a dangerous degree. Poor people are truly subhuman compared to someone who could be their own cousin. Your own cousin may be treated better than you, like fully, just because they happen to have a house and you don't. It's horrific. It's truly horrific, right? And amongst all the other things that can be shown in media. So I think that like media is a big thing that keeps promoting that image of like, siding with the white guys like the best. you know, for multiple different reasons, which is what we all know is propaganda. We all know that's false, you know? Yeah.
I feel like, okay, so the new Let Go, y'all, Nike just set is 80K. Let's get there in the next 10 minutes. I feel like that's easy peasy. Y'all can do that. I also want to just name, somebody's asking what the topic is. I want to just like name, right? Like what we're talking about is like TV, explicitly reality TV, and how race is sort of discussed and experienced as both viewers and people on reality TV shows, and the impacts of that. And then obviously we're always going to zoom out in my life. So we're also talking about like larger culture and impacts of that as well. Nike, that's a great summary of it. I honestly hope that some of these people, like I said, watch it back and feel ashamed of themselves. I think that people see shame as like a negative thing, but shame can be an impetus for change, right? Now you have to do something with the shame. You can't just feel it and like lay there and like, as Audre Lorde would say, wrap up in it as like a blanket, you know, and let it weigh you down. But you have to let that feeling show up so that you can realize there's something that needs to change. There's something that needs to happen because of me feeling this way about whatever it is that I'm watching or back about myself, or that I'm hearing back about myself, and let it be an invitation to something different. So people like Kristen, people like Eric, I hope that they watch it back and that they see the ways that they allow their implicit biases. And I'm actually going to push a little bit. I actually do think that a lot of the reason why they side with the person closest to whiteness in the room is because they do believe. I think that they inherently believe that those people are right? And I've argued this before, but I think that in the United States, right, because we live in the United States, right, that if you are wealthy, if you are Christian, if you are straight presenting, at least if you are cisgendered, if you are white, if you are a man, the closer that you are to all of those things, people inherently believe and trust in you. This is not even like, we don't even really have to argue that, right? Like we've all seen the baby doll, the psychology experiment with the baby dolls, with the black kids, right? The closer that you are to that, from the youngest age imaginable, basically, when you start being imprinted on by media, you are being told that those things are at the top, right? And so the closer that you are to all of those things, the more that you have of that proximity to power, it inherently makes people believe you more. And so I actually do think that they believe them subconsciously. It becomes a conscious action, but because they haven't taken in enough data or enough information to make them pause and be curious about that inherent trust. It's why like there are some people that like will inherently trust, depending on the situation, right? You might more inherently trust a woman, right? Like, like you probably have heard people say, if my kids ever get separated from me, I tell them to look for a mom, because they think that would be safer, right? Or it's the way that we talk about, we all have these biases that are laid on us all the time about everything. And so, and they are not always right. And so, it's a good thing. Our brains need to do that because we're taking in so much data every single moment of every single day. You need shortcuts. You need shortcuts. You need stereotypes, right? You need certain things to filter out and to make decisions about things. But you also have to develop that critical thinking enough where you can take a beat and see, is that my bias? Or is that actually true? Is that what I inherently believe because that's what I've been told to believe? Or is this what I'm actually watching and observing and what is most accurate for what I'm experiencing right now? I saw Bad and Nike, you both come off.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I absolutely agree with that, and I even have times where I like have to catch myself, like just walking down the street. Certain people that look a certain way, I'll be like, "Oh, you look a little sketch," and I'm like, "Why do I feel like they look sketchy? They haven't done anything." And it's just like some of it is just being a woman and being kind of nervous about everyone in general, but also I do notice that I get a little more nervous when it comes to certain people, and I've had to work very hard not to do that. And I feel like a lot of it came from just growing up in an area where there is a lot of unhoused people and like people that are struggling with different mental health disorders, addictions, all that kind of stuff. And I just had to be a little more aware, but I feel like it has also made me, I don't know if I want to say less sensitive, but I have had to work really hard to be more sensitive and more cognitive of how I look at people when I see them in a certain state. So yeah.
And I, y'all know that I want you to trust your guts. I want you to be listening to your body cues. I want you to be paying attention to that. And I want you to, I do want you to be curious with yourself. Like, did I have that body reaction because like I was like I needed to actually, or because there's something else at play? It's the people that don't do that second step that become the problem to me, and that we then all experience out in the world. Nike, you came off of mute too. I want to let you share.
Yes. Also, relating it back to traders, the main issue I have is that while Kristen and Eric and all these people were saying you can't even bring up that Rob might be a traitor, they had no problem time after time voting for the black person to go just to get out a number, just to see what would happen. But no one can even question this white man. So all the black people are expendable, even though time after time, every single one except Candace proved to be a faithful. Mm-hmm. But because of your biases and because you're racist and you don't know it, or maybe you do know it and you just want to be on TV. I don't know. I'm not in your heart or in your mind. Thank God. But because of that, all the black people were expendable. Like in just in stats wise, I'd be like, okay, well, this black person wasn't like, it has to be a white person. And we know it wasn't Michael. We just didn't like Michael, which, I mean, hello, I have eyes and ears. Don't like Michael either. And a brain. Lisa Rinna was one, yes. And all these other people, why can't it be Rob? Or why can't we even broach the topic of it being Rob without you guys getting up in arms like we just told you that we are going to enslave your grandmother? Like, why? And you need to unpack that. Mm-hmm. And until then, I'll be in your comments saying that you're a racist. And you need to unpack that because we need to bring shame back. And if I can't throw tomatoes at you while you hang in the public stocks, I'm going to be in those comments telling you that you're a racist. And he's attractive. Yeah, they think he's attractive, but also I know that man smells because he admitted that he goes commandos in those overalls. So, and I can tell he doesn't bathe properly either. So, yeah, if you want that, you can get that at your local. I mean, never mind. Never mind.
Lena, you're not wrong. Michael should not have been cast. You know who else should not have been cast?
The stalker.
Bolton.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Tan. I mean, not tan. I mean, he is overly tanned and his lips are always chapped. But he
looks a mess.
Yes, he is
in general.
He stalked his ex.
The scam one, I think.
Yeah, he and the guy with the teal blue cardigan that looked terrible on him. By the way, it looked disgusting. It wasn't good for his shoulders. His shoulders looked bad in it.
Episode.
Yeah.
So can I ask who is left on Traders?
Nobody.
Who's left?
I don't know because I don't care.
Yeah, listen.
Kristen is left, and I'm sure she loves that. The guy Mark Bielis from Dancing with the Stars. Eric, the guy who has the magical ears who can't hear anything, and all the white people, minus Michael Rappaport and Lisa Rinna, basically. That's literally it. And Natalie from Survivor.
Caroline is still on there.
And Natalie from Survivor. Caroline from Dubai. No, she left. She was killed. She was
Okay.
unalived by one of the. Yeah, she was unalived by the
Dorinda.
traitors.
But
Yeah, Dorinda's still there. Racist Dorinda from New York is still there. Still drunk half the
I
time,
thought we
probably.
didn't go against housewives. No, apparently just white ones, but whatever.
let me say this, Marmar, because I see your comment and maybe I'm misremembering, but the only person that Candace was on a bandwagon for that is a black person was Ron.
Ron.
Yeah, and that's
And she
because
said it was because she was being
She did not lobby to send Portia home, and she fought to keep Tiffany there too.
and she don't want to put Monet either.
Yeah, and so I think it's unfair to say that how did she contribute to Monet leaving?
She told Lisa, but that's because she was loyal to the Traitors Alliance, which she had to be because she needed to get to the end. And it was too early in the game for Monet to be sending out saying Lisa's name out.
Not somebody reported you, Nike girl.
Me? It's not me.
Yeah, but I don't care. All it does is restrict me from the FYP, and I'm not a creator that cares about that. So, like, I don't care.
Yeah, that was that demon jumping out at y'all. The demon that's inside you. If you reported me, that was a demon. I rebuke you, Beelzebub. Get out of this person in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, wait. I read this book called Beezer. It's a kid's book. I read it, and it's about the son of Satan coming. It kind of like Little Nicky coming to like the land of the living, because he like. Anyway, sorry. That's what that made me think about when you said Beelzebub. Because that's his name.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, I feel like it's fair to say that she contributed to Ron, and I think that was gameplay because like she really couldn't get off of him at that point because she was saying she had been arguing. We keep letting the table get shifted. So it would have been suspicious for her to be like, "Oh, just kidding. Now I'm going to vote for somebody else." Like that made sense to me, but she actively lobbied for Tiffany to stay. And was not for Portia leaving either.
Yeah, was crying at the table, boo-hooing, not even a triangle in sight.
Which I don't know why we haven't seen the triangles, okay?
Right.
Because
I need her to market that.
I missed them.
I need her to market that.
Yes, dark skin lover girl. Candace is gone. Candace is gone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Candace left. She was so.
And now he's
there are no more
recruiting
black people on the
Eric.
show.
I think that's stupid, but whatever.
No, I'm not gonna watch. I can't watch this.
No, I'm not watching.
Oh, and that's the other thing, Seventh Letter. Candace said Donna since day one, and nobody listened to her. So it made sense that she pivoted to Ron because they were chummy.
And not to mention, Candace said Donna since day one. Guess who did it? Colton. And guess who tried to claim that he was the traitor hunter? Colton.
Also, Candace is a traitor. She voted for Rob twice. Use your brain.
Yeah,
I think that that's actually going to work against her because they're going to be like, oh, that was her trying to be a traitor and get rid of Faithfuls.
I mean, you know what? Either if they lose the money to Rob, I'll be okay with that because they're imbeciles. And if someone, I'm like, I don't know. Hopefully, the government will tax Rob heavily if he wins. I don't know what the Alabama government's like, but hopefully they claim a lot of that.
Don't they tax it based on like where the show is?
Well, she said, show them what the Alabama government is like.
Horrible.
Sorry.
Horrible.
Horrible.
Well, but isn't the show overseas though? So if the show is overseas, then they'll be taxed based on whatever their state is, I think.
Yes, I think so.
That's how it works. As you're a therapist that works internationally, your taxes are based on like wherever your U.S. address is.
But I think the Traders US is still stationed in the US. That's why it's not the Traders UK. I think it's still they just film it overseas, but the Peacock and ITV station and address is in the US, I think.
Okay, because sometimes you'd have to pay taxes in both places too. So maybe that
I hope for that.
Well, that's what I hope for too. I hope he gets like $10.
I know that like Nikki and Seventh Letter just came up, so if you want to talk about traders, you can. But I also did see the question for Potomac, and yes, I'm ready to pivot whenever.
I wanna talk about traders before y'all go to Potomac.
Yes.
I don't know what Nikki was there first though. I don't know what Nikki wants to do.
Okay, Nikki,
Go ahead. You can go ahead, Senator.
go ahead, Mom.
Okay. So, Traitors, I said yesterday was the season finale since Candace is gone and no more black people are there. I'll see y'all at the reunion. But they pissed me off. America has a problem with listening to the black woman until everything goes to shit, and then they want black people to help them. But here we are. Kristen pissed me off just like she did with you, Bad, when she said, when Candace at the end, and I'm sorry if I'm spoiling it for people who haven't seen it, but she literally planted the seed for them to click their minds to think and look at Rob, and they just don't want to believe it. Kristen literally uttered, that sweet man from Alabama, there's no way he's a traitor. Mind you, she was adopted and raised by white people in Michigan, so there's that. A lot of Asians side with white people just because, you know, they think that they know that they're the majority and they have the greatest standing, so that's why they pivot that way to them. But next season, they're casting regular people because this is the most ridiculous group of faithfuls ever casted. Nobody uses their brain, and they're also very, very boring. Like, I get that. I don't want a cast full of Michael Rappaports. God knows we don't. But when you get casted on reality TV, we want to be entertained. You're supposed to be a personality. Everybody's laying back. Nobody wants to make the first move. And then they do these little side powwows. But then when they get to the table, if somebody throw out a black person name, change the game plan. We're going to vote the black person out. Everybody was cool and lovey-dovey on Candace until they got to that round table. For no reason. It made no sense. The game is rigged. A lot of people are saying that Peacock is going to throw Rob this win because Rob came from a Peacock show, Love Island. Because they tried to edit this, if you look at it, they tried to edit it to rebrand Colton. And everybody started digging in the crates and finding out his background and said, yeah, we don't care how y'all try to wipe the slate clean with him. We're not having that shit because he is a horrible person. And to think, I don't know if anybody knows, Lisa Rinna, she didn't know his past, just like a lot of people. When she got out, people start tagging her in it, and then she started trying to get spicy with him in some of her posts. Mm-hmm. Then Peacock must have called her and told her to redact it because she made like this apology, like this apologetic, like, oh, we got along. That's just gameplay. That was just in the castle. I almost said the villa. That was just in the castle. So y'all got this harmful man being casted amongst all these people who don't know his past. And now they have to be apologetic to him because he's getting heat from the public, which he deserves. And for a lot of people that don't know, Lisa Rinna's mother was captured by like a serial killer. And he unalived multiple people and she escaped. So having her cast with somebody like Colton, y'all don't think that's crazy? But y'all are making her apologize to him. And I'm not even a fan of hers because of how she played with Garcelle on Beverly Hills Housewives. But again, making them apologize to this white man who is harmful as hell to people because he's getting flack that he deserves, which is crazy to me.
Listen, I don't disagree. Okay, those of y'all that don't know, Colton was on Bachelor. He then stalked his, y'all didn't hit 80K. You need to hit 80K and then Nike will turn the comments back on. He then stalked his ex-girlfriend, had air tags in her car, was calling her from like burner phone numbers. He's not a good human. And then as that was going to court and there was all of this stuff going on, he then came out as a gay man and then she like dropped the charges and then he got a TV show and he's been on his little rebrand ever since. That's the background.
She can't say that, like, he's not, like, isn't part of it that he can't mention her name or she can't mention his name because what he was trying to do was like financially bankrupt.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up.
I'm supposed to mention her name or the case. So I'm breaking up. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening. Is it better?
Yeah, now it is. Yeah.
Okay. I think part of the decision is like he can't really publicly speak about it, so that allows him to escape accountability. So they're not gonna bring that up at the reunion. I think that's part of the
him not being able
she
to
dropped the case.
Everybody else can't. Him not being able to talk about it don't mean everybody else can't bring
Right.
it. Don't have to say.
But I think that I looked at a video. Somebody said that she dropped the charges because it was, it was getting too much financially, not because he wasn't guilty of the shit that he did.
Well, yeah.
And so it gave him an out that they can't publicly talk about it.
Yeah, and he admitted what he did.
Sucks. Right.
Colton was on wasn't he on Hannah Brown's season, which should
He
show
was
you.
on Bachelor and Bachelorette. I think.
He was on the Danish Deception season.
Yeah. That was his season of The Bachelor. And he was on,
He was on Hannah Brown's season of The Bachelor, I'm pretty
Bachelorette.
sure, and then he became the Bachelor. Then he became of The Bachelor, and then became the Bachelor.
Yeah.
Jumped over the fence when mind you, Cassie tried to leave him because I know she probably didn't like him that much, but she was accosted by the public to stay with him probably, and then jumped the fence to be with her. Ended the show, and then he accosted
go
her.
on Bachelor in Paradise too.
He's been on like 3 different iterations
I'm
of
just saying,
The Bachelor. I've
what
never
Michael
watched
said
it.
was
but
wrong, but he wasn't wrong. You know what I mean? Like he shouldn't have
wasn't.
said it. But the man went on 3 different shows, like playing women, basically. After he had already said on his show that came out after, he was like, "Yeah, I kind of knew I was gay since I was in high school." But you still decided to go on these shows and terrorize these women.
Not terrorize.
And then, I mean, literally, and he did. And then, literally, his whole shtick on his season was playing purity politics, saying,
he was a virgin,
saying,
right?
I'm a virgin, and I haven't been with anybody before. It's like, well, yeah, we know why you're a virgin, because you're a homosexual. Shout out to LGBTQIA+, love you guys, but you're a homosexual and you're grappling with that, which is why you don't want to lay with a woman, because you don't want to lay with a woman.
Yeah.
From like a religious background.
No, he played football.
No, he just was playing. That was part of his scam.
Well, maybe he did, but he played football.
He played football.
Y'all need to let Tina take this one.
I'm just saying, in the United States, don't most people come from a religious background?
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's not that outrageous of a thought.
He came from the pits of hell, and that's a religious background too.
Mikey.
Also, I do want to say that I'm not here for anybody trying to attack Candace, calling her emotional in her gameplay, because they sat there and watched Rob act like he acted like he was a faithful. He acted like he couldn't vote Ron out, and he was so buddy broed up with Colton. So was that more emotional than Candace? Because I heard y'all talking earlier. Cry-angle Candace did not come out one time during this season. I was actually so proud of her for going toe-to-toe with Rob without shedding one tear in the turret and everything. So emotional, because Rob was gaslighting her. Like, don't do something deceptive to me, then when I call you on and say, "Oh, you're taking it too personal. This is just a game. You're No, you stabbed her in the back. You're a snake, like she said. Y'all agreed.
I'm gonna jump in here real quick, because there's something that people have not been talking about when he comes to Rob and his emotions, the cockiness, and it was like he enjoyed taking down those women. His posturing, his smirk was just that smirk. I don't get it. I've never been like a super Rob person. I don't even find like why everybody thinks he's so attractive. Like what? Like I've seen way more attractive white men than Rob. Like, what are we talking about? In the bar in hell?
And his tattoos are trash.
So
I don't see all that for Rob either. I can't believe people are mesmerized. Like I don't see it.
So low. It's really frustrating.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say, yeah, I agree the sentiments to everyone. For the most part, I do feel like I still watch Survivor. I've always watched it. I still watch it. I have a community of people, and I get the frustration. It got better, and I'm gonna tell you why it got better is because we were actually living in a time after after that man got out of office and Joe Biden came in, diversity was really pushed. And so the networks had to start casting equitable races in Survivor. And now it's getting back to it being all white. And this is the same thing with traders. So yeah, I mean, the media has a lot to do with upholding the white supremacy. But what I really came up to say was, I'm going to get back on the political talk before y'all pivot to anything else. It's really important right now, more than ever, if you can, to support independent journalism, to watch it, to really listen, because the people that you saw on your televisions that were working for networks, they are free now and they are talking free. And I was watching Don Lemon and Joy Reid today, and the conversation was, oh my gosh, so finally addressing the anti-blackness in this country. Now we're going to stop talking about racism and focus on anti-black. The anti-black that is the root of white supremacy. And lastly, as we are talking about this, we have to still be vigilant and paying attention to what this man is doing underneath our noses while he is sending out ridiculous things. Because on Joy Reid's I guess podcast or independent YouTube show, she said today Trump has given demands of countries who assist or nonprofits that assist with health, women's health around the globe, $30 billion. They will only get the money if they promise to not give any abortions and not even talk about abortions and no DEI. He is holding the world hostage at this point. I just want y'all to sit with that. Because we can talk about his racist whatever, that's gonna happen. We could talk about the Epstein files, which, my God, on today. But rights are being rolled back right underneath our noses. And what I do and why I appreciate this space so much is because this is the type of conversations that we need to have in this moment. I feel hopeful to know that there are people out here that really understand the threat that is happening to Black people. And while y'all were talking about this, I decided to leave my phone. And I went downstairs and I had to tell my MAGA Black father some information because he only watches Fox News. I have been doing a deep dive. Reese Colbert, honey. Yes, everything. She was on there too, child. It was good. It was good stuff. Clay too. But I went downstairs. I've been on a deep dive about, religion and white supremacy and the MAGA movement and why black preachers are joining this or Black churches are not speaking out against this as much, when it has been the pinnacle of our civil rights movement. That has been the safe place. So I've just been, kind of going down that deep hole. There is an actual movement. I had to tell my father this. He said, you have got to start looking into something because now he's coming after you. And you don't even know it because you only watch Fox News. There is a and I think this was in Project 2020. It was something similar in Project 2025, and I'm gonna have to look it up. But there is a movement that there are a MAGA movement of white evangelicals, some of which are in Trump's administration, that is saying that black preachers are not qualified to teach anything of God. That
Yes,
they do not. You saw that?
I saw that. I saw that. And they were criticizing the existence of the black church. That there should be no black church.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So while
the guy
my
said
father was out here shucking and jiving for these white people's approval, thinking that he was safe, I was just like, they're coming after you. And I said, because I'm a person that is about black love, about justice and equality, I felt the need that I need to tell you this, because you do not know this, that they're coming after you. You are not immune to this, and you just need to start thinking about the role that you have played in making this happen. And then I left them on with the cherry on top. By the way, Martin Luther King holiday is no longer a national holiday. So there's that. So
did he respond, Nikki? Did your dad respond?
My father never responds. He just kind of looks, but I can tell he took me seriously. I don't think that he was ready for me to say that they are talking about people like you, Daddy. They're saying you're not qualified to teach about God. And I can see that his body language kind of bulked up, like, what? Yeah, start looking into it. Start looking into it. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we need to, as much as we talk to each other, a part of activism is being able to have conversations with our family members that may disagree, and like, we can't shy away from anymore. I'm going to have a conversation with my sister and my brother-in-law, who are now at my father's church, who took it over once he retired. And I'm going to have a conversation and then be like, you know what? You need to start talking about this. Enough of playing the apolitical. No. Let's talk about Jesus and what he would really do in this moment. That's the only conversation as a Christian you should be having.
I want to say a couple of things. This one is y'all probably are going to be shocked by this statement. After he won the first time and it was time to vote again, I was shocked that Biden won. And not because I didn't think that people would vote for Biden, but because I actually felt like this country, it was necessary for a second term. Because I don't think that people actually are radicalized enough. I don't think that people are angry enough. And I think that the conversations that some of these people are having now, what happened? I feel like they need to be uncomfortable at the level that they are, because like we talked about it earlier, right? But like, you have built this system, and so you need to be an active participant in dismantling the system. You cannot keep asking for Black people to take the forefront and do the labor of the work. It's why they're so enraged that Black people are saying, actually, we're taking a step back and we're showing up in different ways. It's looking like preservation, because we've been laboring for centuries on this landmass, right? Indigenous people have been laboring and fighting for centuries on this landmass. Like, I actually don't give a fuck about what you're asking from my Black body right now. And they need to be active participants in the dismantling of the system that they created, either via their ancestors or directly, and that they inherently benefit from. And so I've always thought that a second term was going to be required, right? Because the reality is, the reason why we know this, my opinion, right? But we know this because the only reason why he's in that motherfucker right now is because y'all did exactly what the fuck you said you was gonna do and went back to brunch. As soon as you had a blue person in the house, you went the fuck back to brunch, which is why we ended up right where we are again today, because y'all didn't feel uncomfortable enough. And so you actually need to fucking suffer a little bit, a lot of it. Right. So I'm actually not shocked that he's back in office. And I don't get riled up by him. I pay attention. I'm making moves. I'm engaged in my community, right? But I'm not shocked by him or their responses, because I feel like y'all motherfuckers needed this, right? It's like when you keep telling the kid, don't touch the stove because the stove is hot, don't touch the stove because the stove is hot. And then they just got to go ahead and hit that motherfucker so they can see. You know? I feel like that's...
Tina? You know what, Tina? I don't even pay attention to him. I pay attention to the people around him.
No, yeah. And not to him, but like to
people
what's
around
happening.
him are dangerous. The policies that are being pushed are dangerous. And the thing is, this thing is
Even
not just
Miller.
affecting... It's not just affecting the United States, sir. This philosophy is being insidiously spread. In the Caribbean, it's called the Yellow and Blue Code. And it's being used through political means to push this yellow code agenda. In Latin America and South America, it is being pushed through conservatism. It is being spread. It is being spread in a way that a lot of people don't understand, and they're not seeing it. They're not seeing it happening. It's almost as if some kind of ugly beast is rising and spreading its wings out. And watching it,
my country was bombed.
Yeah,
my country was bombed. And Nikki helped kind of, I won't put it on her because she was just a talking head, but she's the one promoting it, right? Now, I'm not from the area where they did that military strike. I'm from the East. Nigeria is kind of segmented like that because of religion and culture and whatnot, right? But it's truly disgusting that happened. And one, it wasn't even a valid target. Thankfully, no one was hurt. I thank God. But my own countrymen were stupidly praising it. Now, not everybody, of course, a lot of people were really concerned. But the ones who were basically frontliners for propaganda slop were the ones typing like, oh, Donald Trump really cares for us Christians, this and that, this and that. Right? Like Islamophobia is so deep in the Christian areas, right? It's so sick. And like just the religious division on both sides, it's prevented us from walking together to prepare our country for a better future. And instead we squabble about bullshit and take money from others and pocket it and hoard and treat people badly because, oh, religious this, that, culture this, that, oh, pushing blame on other people. It's sick. And it's getting worse with all the US, focus now. Obviously, we've had a lot of issues with US involvement, right? But like it's just amplifying and getting worse and worse, and it's really making me feel sick.
Let me say this real quick. Number one, Nike gave y'all a top goal, 100K. I think we can get there in the next, I'm going to say 5 minutes. I think y'all can get there. But I'll give us 6 minutes, 6 minutes to get there, y'all. And then I want to say to your point, Pete, and attached to what you said, Nikki, about like pulling the funding, right? Here's the thing for me. This goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about what are you actually willing to risk? What are you actually willing to give up? And how much are you actually willing to be uncomfortable in the pursuit of liberation? And the reason I pose that question is because if you say to me, I'm not going to give you money if you are committed to DEI practices, does that mean that now all of a sudden I am no longer doing DEI practices? Because am I only doing the thing because I am checking a box, or I am doing the thing because it is my praxis? It is the way that I move through the world. It is what I subscribe to. It is how I want to be. in the world. Is that actually who you are, or only when it was required of you? And that is what happens when motherfuckers decide to go back to brunch, is that you're not having the conversations, you're not inviting people to the teach-ins, you're not inviting people to the book clubs, you're not doing the things because you're fucking eating omelets and French fucking toast instead of doing the work. So when it came to, oh, I'm going to make it uncomfortable for you unless you acquiesce, instead of just saying, sure, that don't gotta be on my metrics because this is just the way that we move in the world. You were like, oh, okay, I won't do it anymore. Okay, because it was nothing to you to actually give it up, because it was never real for you to begin with, because you had not dug in and actually done the work. I've left jobs because they chose to divest from DEI work. I will figure it the fuck out. Because what I'm not going to do is allow myself to be aligned with an agency that rolls over and says, leg spread or all four. I'm not doing it. I personally am not doing it. And so I need people to really consider, how much are you willing to be uncomfortable and how much are you willing to be inconvenienced in the pursuit of liberation?
Tina, let me just say this real quick. What's actually funny is that these nonprofits that are with this is in spite of what country it goes to. So that means you're saying if I go into a country of Africa where the majority of the people are black, where does DEI come in? Like, what are y'all talking? You know what I mean? Like, this is just. Like
what's a malicious compliance?
But that's he's an
idiot. I not have white people on my board.
That's my point, though, right? The point is, if the way that I move through the world is that I'm not moving with unconscious biases that would make me weed out people that are qualified simply because they have a black name, or simply because I perceive them as transgender, or simply because I perceive them as queer in some way, or if I'm not already doing that, if I'm already choosing the person that's most qualified, then you telling me that doesn't mean shit to me. It doesn't change anything about what my board looks like. It doesn't change anything about what my staff looks like, because I'm already moving without that unconscious bias where I need some checkbox to say, oh, I made sure that I included somebody from all these communities. I don't need that because I already moved through the world like that. So whatever.
Tina, can I tell you what it is?
Yes.
White people in power, or just white people in general, are really mad, even though this did benefit them, right, when they did own our labor in some sort of ways, that we black people, especially when you're a woman or a person of color or some sort of disadvantaged person on top of being black, we're told every day by our folks, our parents, right? When you're black, you have to work twice as hard, 5 times as hard to get half as where, Jimmy Bob is gonna go, right? Especially when you live in North America, right? They tell us this, and the ones who do adhere to it, they're mad that they've seen the results of what actual hard work looks like. You know what I mean? Because white men haven't had to really push it since they crossed over the Atlantic, low key, right? They haven't had to really push it, pedal to the metal, as a collective. They haven't had to do that since they crossed over the Atlantic, right? And to see even though it is benefiting white supremacy, telling me that I have to work more to earn less, and that's my reality, and not necessarily what I deserve, but some people can interpret as that's what I deserve. They are mad because now they know what actual hard work looks like. Diligence, integrity, hard work, pushing through adversity, things that they preach about in their Bible, right? We're supposed to be humble, supposed to work under God, toil for his goodness, do good to your neighbor, do unto others what you wish for yourself. All these other things, right? The people who are lower than the gum stuck under your feet, they're doing that, and you've seen the results when the quote-unquote not even when DEI, pre-DEI, right? When women could enter workplaces, when places were just starting to desegregate, right? How is it that a family who has a grandmother who was a planter in Georgia, right? That her child could have gone to some local school, become a secretary, and by the time she's having her own children, they're middle class, securely middle class. A complete jump of class, one generation, with all the barriers that was pre-DEI. They saw that, right? And they have to deal with it. That's why they're taking it back, because they don't want to reckon with the fact that, white men really might not be the ones who are really doing it to the quality. They're not the standard, really, in the sense of the quality of the work, That's how I feel.
T is saying it in the comments. Bad wants to go next. T is saying DEI. I figure, babe. DEI helped white women. Let's wake it up. So did affirmative action. And I feel like I feel like let them eat fucking cake, because I feel like you need to suffer. You feel like it's benefiting us,
Yes.
but you always benefit more than we do, because we have already been trained to work harder for less. Hate that for us. Hate that for us. But hard work has always been the way that we have moved through the world. Now, I'm not going to say all black people are monoliths, but y'all understand what I'm saying, right? So it's like, I just feel like, and now y'all are crying. We watched them crying and throwing a fit on TikTok because they realized, we're not getting in anymore. Yeah, babe. Because it was never really about us. It benefits everyone. You need to understand that in the United States, where whiteness as a system is the top, what's the juxtaposition? What is the opposite of that? Blackness. So in order for whiteness to reign supreme, and we know it doesn't, but y'all know what I'm talking about, as a political system, in order for that to be true in the United States, it requires the subjugation of black people. It cannot exist without that. And so if everything is measured against blackness, then the furthest you can get away from that is always the goal. So anything that comes into play that benefits black people is inherently going to benefit everybody that is closer to whiteness. Learn the lesson. Okay, go ahead, Beth.
I call it trickle-up economics.
Go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, I was gonna go back a little bit to what Nikki was saying and what you were saying about like not having to work so hard or have DEI if diversity is already like in your system. Like if that's just how you operate, it wouldn't be a problem. I have had a conversation with some of my family members about this. It was just like, I have an uncle that likes to debate about stuff. And I was saying that if I worked for a company and I found out that the head of the company or my boss or anyone above me in the company was doing something that did not go along with my morals, I would leave that company. And him and my cousin tried to argue me down, saying, well, you wouldn't leave immediately because you need to work. You need money to live. You need this and this and this. And I kept trying to say, I'll make it work. I have had to figure everything out anyway as a black woman in general. So I will figure it out. I'm not going to sit here and work for a PDF or a murderer or whatever just because it's going to be a little harder for me if I don't have this job right now. That's just, it doesn't sit right in my system. I will feel more burdened by knowing that that is what the environment I am putting myself in than being or having to work harder for something else or to pay my rent or whatever I need to do. So I definitely agree with Nikki about us having conversations with the people in our lives, our family members, whoever, even if it's hard because they don't agree, we have to talk about it. And I have made myself the black sheep of the family by being the only one to have the conversation or bring it up or disagree, because a lot of black people don't realize that while you may not have voted for that man or vote for Republicans, you have very, very conservative values, and a lot of the talking points you are using are exactly the same as the ones that they are using, and it's holding you back too. You may not vote against your own interests, but you think against it, and that's the same thing.
Woo! Shackled in their minds. Shackled in their
Hey,
minds.
man, that's a word.
That was a speech.
Was cooking, honey.
Absolutely bad.
And listen, and this is
she's only 22.
That's right. That's right. Bad. You are bad.
Thank you.
This is one thing, but here's the trick with talking to people. What I've learned in my old age, because I'm a Sag. I'm fire. So many times. We had people would, I was trying to change people's mind. In reality, it's just, you have to bring up the facts. I stopped trying to change my father's mind and just let him know, listen, we're on opposite ends, but here's what you're not hearing. It's up to you now. It's up to you now to go and research for yourself. And still question yourself whether or not I'm going to still support this person. So there was a conversation. I'll just share the story real quick. Another conversation that I had with my father when Alex Preddy was executed, I will say. I don't know if I said the F1, y'all. I'm sorry. I forgot where I'm at. But I asked him, we were sitting at the kitchen table, and I said, did you hear what happened to that young man? And he was like, yes. I said, what did you think about it? He was just like, well, he was out there and he was attacking. I was just like, see, that's not right. That's what you were shown. I said, Daddy, if I send you videos of bystanders who caught it on tape, will you just watch it? I'm just asking you to watch it. And if after you watch it, you still believe what you believe, I'll leave it alone. And he goes, all right, Napoleon. So, okay. I said, I was just like, because Daddy, here's the thing. I really want to believe that you, at your core, are not this hateful. Like, I'm your child. I've seen other sides to you. And so I got up to leave, and then my father baits me. At least we ain't got that woman in office. And I turned around and I said, are you serious? And I said, Daddy, if you can tell me what this man in this country is doing fits anything of any teachings that you brought me up you raised me in, to follow the teachings of Christ. If there's anything about what this man is doing that you find that is of Christ and of God, I will go to church on Sunday. I'll come back to the church. I'll come back. Just tell me. Because I don't think you're a liar. I think you believe in exactly what you believe. I do believe that, but I don't believe that you would lie to me. So tell me right now, Daddy, if you believe what this administration is doing to people out on the streets is of God, is of Christ. And you know what? He looked at me and he says, go on, Napoleon. I said, that's what I thought. I gave you the facts. If your religion is what you're tied to, if God and Christ is what you're tied to, and you're seeing this, tell me right now this is of Christ. Tell me if now these are the lessons that you raised me to believe. And this is why I left. This is why I left. And those are the types of hard conversations that I'm saying we cannot shy away from. And I just encourage everyone. Yes, it is. Cognitive dissonance. It's a hell of a drug. I encourage everyone, if y'all didn't see Blues live on the Grammys, it was not about the Grammys. It's definitely worth looking into, because there was a lot of stuff. Like, I left that live and my body was literally shaking. because she got me she got me good about my own internal white supremacy when she was talking about how she hated the Handmaid's Tale, which is something I loved, but I wasn't looking through it in the lens that she was looking through it. Now I know how fucking problematic that show is. And so we need to start looking at things, viewing things through a very different lens than we're conditioned to look at. So that's just what I want to say.
And Anika has a question. I do want to give y'all a tap goal. Let's do 130, and let's do that in the next. Let's do it by 8:20. So I'm gonna give you 19 minutes. That's a long time, but I think y'all could do that. I do want to say one thing. Two things. This is why we need to do the book club, y'all. Okay? This is why we need to do the book club. If you are on that tier, you need to fucking DM me so we can get it started. And then the other thing is going back to what we were saying about if this is just your practices, if this is how you move through the world, then removing that title is not going to mean shit. This is why what happened with that red dot. You don't know how to work Discord. I think we're going to have to just go to a Google Meet situation. So DM me if you are part of what's the tier called, y'all? Not the Yappers. What's the tier called? Why can't I think of it? What's the tier called? It's gonna come to me. If you're part of the second tier of my subscription, DM me your email. Child, listen, ever since they changed it, bae, so art enthusiasts, if you don't know, if you're new here, if you've hardly ever been in my space, or I just haven't talked about it in a really long time once TikTok make the changes, I do have subscription tiers. The first tier, you can watch all of my think tank. Thank you, cheeky baby. Damn. But I do have subscriber only videos, but you also can subscribe to a higher tier that includes a book club. They did overcomplicate things with the super fan. Do not super fan me. But you also get more time on here, whatever. But anyway, this is why the red dot store, the reason why a lot of people stopped, we want to boycott because they got rid of DEI. The most important thing was to watch their actions though, right? Because they could have gotten rid of DEI in word only, but you watch them take things down, pull things from Black creators, right? You watch them actually roll it back in practice. Which is why ain't nobody trying to hear that shit now that they're trying to bring it back, right? So it's what do you do in practice, right? They doubled down. They were we just been checking the box all this time. We don't give a fuck. That's what matters most, is are you watching the behavior? Okay, Anika, please ask your question, my love.
About the Handmaid's Tale, there's a difference in the TV show and the books in terms of how Black women were treated. In the novel, Black women were not even regarded for the quote unquote breeding program. They went to all Black people went to the camps. This is something that they changed in the TV show. 1 and 2, I haven't heard the live yet, but I'm guessing off the top of my head what the offense is, why the show itself is problematic, and for me that was one of the reasons, the way they changed some of the details that's in the book. But besides that, my question is, and I know it might be controversial to some people, I am wondering if it's a psyop and what has changed from Black Lives Matter being a worldwide movement to a certain extent, because it did spread, to now this thing about foundational Black Americans versus the rest of the diaspora, because it is very disturbing to me to be coming across these debates on TikTok, and I want to say something, but I just want to keep quiet because I'm trying to understand what the hell this crap
I think you need to say
about.
it. I think you need to say it.
I'm
So we can understand.
I'm trying to understand, because to me, the only difference between African Americans and people from the Caribbean, and even those who were part of the Windrush generation that went to the UK, is that the same blasted ship dropped us off at different locations. That's the
agree.
only difference.
But some people from the Caribbean don't think so.
Well, they're dumb. Sorry.
Yeah, there's an
I
othering
say
that
it unreservedly. They are dumb.
I mean, Tina, I can let you have this. I have some things to say because I've been in the political spaces, so I know the answer to her question. But I'll let you go.
I'm just gonna say that I feel like FBAs are nothing but hoteps, honestly, and I don't really respect hoteps personally. I mean, that's my bias, y'all. But like, it gives that they like to keep up. They're doing the othering because I think that they often feel othered. I will say that I know that sometimes they attempt to attach it to like reparations explicitly, and I understand asking the U.S. for reparations for people that were on this landmass, enslaved on this landmass. That makes sense. But the diasporic war stuff that happens is ridiculous. And it's just as ridiculous as when people that are not native at this point, right, to this landmass, do it to people that were enslaved on. Like, it's stupid on both sides.
It's stupid. I just find it stupid. Like, even that thing with Shabuzi and the Grammys, I found his statement so absolutely unnecessary. I mean, I understood what he was saying, but I found it insensitive. Because to say that immigrants built this country is a wholesale lie. It is not only immigrants that built this, but built America. Let's be real.
Let me just say this,
built
though.
America.
Let me just say this, though. Blue and I disagreed because Blue said that she wasn't going to talk about Shabuzi. And that was the first thing that I mean, and she explained why I disagreed with it. I understood why, people who, I guess the ADOS, I didn't know this, but I think the ADOS community organization came out and said something to where he had to put out a statement explaining it, which he, never fully, explained it. And what I realized, like when you're talking about these sets of Black people in their organizations, Tina's absolutely right. FBA are, basically Hotep men and the women that, center men. It is a pipeline to white supremacy because they only attack the Democratic Party. They only attack the Democratic Party. They won't talk about the Republican Party. They won't hold them to the same fires that they hold the Democratic Party. Okay, that's number one. Number two, because there has been so much a lack of education when it comes to the African American experience in this country and people who immigrated here. And this is where I disagreed with Blue, is that she said that we are all immigrants, even though we were even though we
are not immigrants.
I was really shocked. She said that. Hold on. I was very shocked. She said that. She was just like, but it was a different, she explained it like a different type. We were, and we weren't brought here on our own free will. And that's I disagree with her there. And that was the first time I actually heard her say something like that, because in the past, I don't think she's ever said anything like that would, it was very strange, but she was highly emotional in that live. So I'm not saying I'm not saying that she is somebody that we should just write off. I just think that there's a high sensitivity when it comes to Black people and wanting to have conversations with other Black people or expressing just upset with another group of Black people that I think cause a lot of sensitivity to us really like listening and understanding. And I think and a lot of it stemmed from, I'm just gonna tell you about the life, a lot of it stemmed from the fact that we had so much smoke, which I agreed with Shabuzi, and did not have that same level of smoke with Pharrell. And that was her whole point.
What did Pharrell say?
He was talking in vague ass terms, telling us that we basically need to get back to work and do good things. Just work. Basically trying to forget about the bullshit that's going on.
I saw people get on him though.
I did too.
I mean, not enough, but that Shabuzi thing was trending.
I want to say a couple things real quick, and then I know Ginger's on the panel. I just want to say, I guess the reason why I did not get, because I heard about Shabuzi saying this, it didn't trigger anything for me. Not because I don't think it's a foolish statement, but because I can remember when Orange Man got elected the first time, the rhetoric being at that time, we're all immigrants, like in a way to defend undocumented people. And for me, that never landed even then, because you are erasing the people that are indigenous to this landmass that were genocided on this fucking landmass. And so anybody that leans into that language, I'm already not fucking with, and I ain't been fucking with that shit since 2019. So for me, it didn't like make me any more outraged. Y'all have been fucking saying that shit. We're all immigrants. We're all immigrants built this country. Y'all have been saying that shit since 2019 because Black people are not real to you and indigenous Americans are not real to you.
And to your point, to your point, exactly. If we're trying to level the discord in the diaspora wars, we have to be willing to understand why these people, as much as I can't stand FBA and Tariq Nasheed and everything that he's done, I can't stand that nigga. As much as I don't like him and Umar, we have to understand what the root of all of this is coming from. And a lot of it is coming from misogyny, no question. But a lot of it is coming from us being erased. Continuously being put last behind everybody else that have entered into this country on their own free will. And I have felt that way in myself. I don't participate it because I definitely share space with people who don't agree with that. But just like I go to my Twitter spaces and I argue with those same Negroes about, Pan-Africanism and how we need each other. We all we got here in this country. And instead of doing I go into those spaces. I have those conversations with people who are have better minds and more and have degrees in this stuff. That's what I just say. That for those who are immigrants, you need to go into your spaces and advocate for African Americans, Black Americans.
I just feel like anybody that's leaning into that language. And I don't mean to sound like an asshole, and I understand that this might sound like that. But anybody that's leaning into language of like, we're all immigrants built this country, immigrants are the foundation of this country, who's going to do this if anybody that leans into that language, I just assume that you don't have the intellectual range to have a conversation with me about this. And so I'm not going to expend energy. I'm willing to have conversation in spaces with people that do have it and y'all can listen in, but I'm not about to do no back and forth with y'all. I'm not about you need more information at this point. And I don't, unless you are a Black person, I don't consider that my labor, to do anything. I don't teach people that are not Black anything. Correct. Correct.
There is a lot of judgment, or I don't want to say discrimination. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a lot of
Anti-blackness, xenophobia,
anti-blackness.
the list goes on and on.
Yes.
Yep, I got you, girl. I got you.
Thank you, girl. Thank you, Ginger.
I'm gonna drag them in a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Even within the diaspora,
Yeah.
like, I'm so glad that P came up and said what she said, because this is why I broke up with my Nigerian ex. Is that he always used to talk about how he wants to bring me back to Nigeria, and that he has, he comes from all this money, and he has a house, and he has servants. The minute he said servants, I said, what? Servants? And I was just like, oh my gosh, y'all are buying into white supremacy.
Yeah.
That's buying into white supremacy. When you say that you have servants who look like you.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in Nigeria, they always did have house girls and house, like, they're paid. It's not like they're unpaid. They're paid.
No, yeah. I think that
we don't understand that.
I will pause this. I know that it's like culturally different. Like, it is very common. I have a friend that lives right now internationally in Mexico, and it's very common to have house help. Like, that's a very common experience over there for people. So I understand that. Like, I think it's the language itself. I do want to let Ginger hop in, and then y'all have 4 minutes to get to exactly to Sheena, which is why I'm saying we're gonna pause it, because like, people are going to experience it differently culturally, and I can acknowledge that it does land differently for us as Black people from the United States that had people enslaved on this landmass to hear the word servant. That is going to trigger something in me different than what it might mean to you, because of culturally what it means to you. That is going to mean something different to me. All right, I want to let Ginger hop in. Y'all have 3 minutes to hit 120K. We're going to turn off the likes. I want us to touch this just for a little bit longer. I know people want to come up and talk about this, but we want to talk about Potomac and Married to Medicine, y'all. Okay, so go ahead, Ginger. Give us your thoughts.
Context is important. I want to preface this by saying I'm racially Black, but ethnically I'm Haitian. Boom. I want to talk about this. I understand the FBA movement, guys. I do. A lot of it is Hotep, Black Israelite leaning. I mean, it's there. That's what it is, right? And I get that, and the misogyny of it all, and the H-phobia of it all, and the list goes on and on. But I get it, right? Like, I get it. I feel like I never understand when other Black people in the diaspora pretend like they don't get it, because you're proud to be a Jamaican, you're proud to be Trini, you're proud to be Bahamian, you're proud to be Haitian, right? When you rep that shit, nobody ever says, but where are you really from? Because like, they technically just picked you up on a ship and then dropped you off in Haiti. But like, where are you really from? No, they accept that you're Haitian. And I don't like when we do that to Black people or people who are descendants of chattel slavery, because like, they're African Americans, like the same way I'm Haitian and you're Trini and she's Bahamian, and so on and so forth. And also, I feel like we Black, we all lives matter this topic. When you're not when you are not African American, you all lives matter this topic as Black people. I know it must suck, but the other people of the diaspora, we are the white women of this movement. Y'all need to cut the shit out. It's very ugly, and I don't particularly like it. It makes me sick to my motherfucking stomach. I'm Haitian. If I told you that there are some practices that you cannot take parts of in my culture, not because it is spiritually and intrinsically tied to me and my culture, but you might not know what the fuck you're doing. You would say, you know what? Not a problem. And I just want us to like respect FBA or descendants of chattel slavery for the exact same thing. It is okay to say, hey, girlfriend, this one ain't for you. And it's okay as Black people for us to be like, yeah, you know what, sis? It's not. Because isn't that literally the same thing we kind of ask from like everybody else? So like, how can we like not respect each other and give that to each other, but then literally demand that other people do it? Like, could you imagine if I told you, hey, black people, I'm black too, I get it, but this part of my culture is mine. And y'all were like, girl, you fucking tripping. It's ours because we all black. I would look at y'all like, don't you like shame the others for this exact thing? I think we should cut it out. And I completely understand the FBA movement. And honestly, if my culture was experiencing the same thing, my people are known to rise up and create worse. So y'all are lucky that they're just saying, hey, not this one.
Exactly. I'm like, Black Americans could be so much meaner to the people that enslaved them, and they just want equality. That actually blows me. If it were me, it's only by the grace of God that I'm saved and that I can't do what I would actually want to do, because the way that the heads would roll.
Thank you, Ginger, for saying what you said, girl.
No, I'm tired of it. No, not a problem. I'm tired of it, and we need to stop acting like we don't. Y'all are white womening the movement, y'all. It's sick.
I've been saying it. I argue with Jamaicans in Florida about this shit all the time.
And I argue with Nigerians because I'm like, I don't get it. Y'all act like you guys constantly say Black Americans, especially those Black Brits. I'm sorry, constantly saying Black Americans don't have culture, but your entire culture is cosplaying Black American.
That is very offensive to me.
But
to hear
tell us we don't have
culture.
And not to mention, they just started calling themselves Black Brits. They always say, "Oh, I'm Black. I'm Nigerian. I'm British." Not to mention, they always say British first. If you clock it, they say British first. They say British Nigerian. They say British whatever. They never
get mad, so mad. We don't know what boat our ancestors came off of. That's not my fault.
But I do
And
understand.
not to mention, they're all first or second or third generation. They're not that far removed from Africa either.
But I do get it.
Not American.
I do understand it. I do understand it, though. I do understand how they come here and believe that, and that's because these white people have gone into y'all have let them in y'all's community to let them lie to you about who we are.
Well, it's also, I mean, Nigeria was just liberated or just gained its independence in 1960. It was like the year after my mom was born. No, 5 years after mom was born. Yeah, so 1960.
Can I say something
that's like a baby.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead, Ginger.
Nikki, you just said something. Please, can you repeat it again? You said you let these white people go into our communities and lie to us. Yes. I would like to say something that might be even more nefarious that I don't think that black people in the diaspora are ready to talk about. That there is a model minority myth even in our community, even in the diaspora. And
yes, there is.
They're chasing that. It's not, the white man don't need to lie to them. They're chasing the black model minority myth. If I am the perfect black immigrant, then they won't treat me like the other blacks. But they will, because that's kind of how it works. Because didn't they treat you like the other blacks in your country? Why would you come here? And they would be nicer to you than they were at home.
I want to let Mia jump in. I also want to add, I think it's so interesting. I think it was you, Bat, that brought it up. Like when they say things like, well, do you know where you're from? Or like make mention of like, oh, but you don't like know where you're descended from. Like, again, to Anika's point in the very beginning, like we all were on boats, baby. We all just got dropped off at different ports, right? And so, and we were systematically kept from knowing that information. Imagine saying, haha, white supremacy was so powerful that it disconnected you from like your original ancestry. Zing for the white folks. Like, imagine saying that as an insult to black people. Like, that's actually demented. I don't know why you think that that's like a zing. It's not. Mia, please give us your thoughts.
Hey everybody. So I also want to piggyback off of what everyone is saying, which is all such amazing and great points. I took in college for my undergrad a Black Diaspora and Liberation course, and I wrote a paper about this specific topic about just Black Americans, are people who are Black Indigenous or Indigenous Black people. So people that were actually in the Americas here originally, that were always here, that have always been here. And so we're talking about history that was stolen from us, that was hidden from us. What we have always known is Black people have always been on this planet from the beginning of time. And we've always been on every single part of Earth and the land. And so what we also have to remember is we've always been here, and we are and have always been the blueprint, right? And we have to remember that. So not all of our ancestors came over on the boats. Some of us were always actually here, our ancestors. So we have to actually remember that. And some of the, I guess you can say, explorers thought that they had found what they thought were the Indians, right? One of the guys you might remember, Christopher Columbus, he thought he found Indians. No, those were actually our ancestors, and they were our Black Indigenous, or the Indigenous Black ancestors that were our ancestors. They weren't actually what are the Siberian natives. They were our ancestors. They were Black people. So those were just our ancestors. So we have to remember that we were always here. Some of our ancestors, a majority of our ancestors. So we've always been here, a lot of our ancestors. So yes, a lot of our ancestors did come from African areas, but a lot of our ancestors were always here as well. So we've always been, is what we have to remember.
Do you know anything about Secure the Tribe?
I know a lot of different things, but you can tell me since you want.
No, I'm just asking. Like, do you know? Like that's pretty much their claim on that side is Secure the Tribe. That's their biggest claim, is that we're indigenous to this land.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, guys. I feel like I said Happy Black History Month, and then y'all said, yeah. Yeah.
We said it's Black History Month every year.
Every day.
Every day. Every month.
I was like, matter of fact, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No way.
National Anthem. It's a Good Day by Ice Cube.
Blackity black, blackity black.
And I'm black, y'all. And I'm black,
y'all. Blackity black, y'all.
That's a little CB4 for the people that don't know.
Love it. I love it. Okay, listen, can we talk about... I told y'all something was up with Quad and King.
Having a baby and now broke up.
I agreed.
I told y'all.
That's crazy.
Something is off. Something is off. Something seems amiss between the two of them. And now they are kaput.
I saw a Quad statement, but I need to be brought up because I haven't been keeping up. I need to be brought up to speed. What is happening with Heavenly and Simone?
Somebody else help, because I haven't watched the last episode.
I can tell you
Did they fight? Or somebody got pushed or something? I heard.
So give us the rundown.
At Angel's event for her scrubs, Simone and Heavenly got into it because Heavenly was upset that Toya was taking notes and sending them to Simone when she was doing her speech at her campaign event.
Which was shady.
And so it was shady. So they started arguing. And then after they were like kind of done arguing, someone tried to get them to take a picture, and Heavenly tried to put her
hold on. You got to tell the story. So let's not skip over why that happened. Heavenly took it to hell. Okay.
Yes, she did.
By basically they were going back and forth about this whole conversation and blah blah blah, and then Heavenly said tried to walk away and talked about Simone and her marriage. And since Simone,
right, the sons and the husband came up.
Yeah.
Because Heavenly a messy ass bitch. Let's just start there. But we all know that about Heavenly. But Heavenly repeated something that Simone had said to her in confidence about like not wanting to be in her marriage anymore. Like
she said that in front of everyone.
Simone said it to Heavenly at a dinner, and then Simone said it to the group. Who else doesn't want to be married here besides me? But didn't give a lot of. That's what she said to the group. But she went into more detail with Heavenly about what was going on, and Jackie. She gave them more details from what we saw, and then Heavenly repeated that in front of everybody. And even though it's true, Simone didn't want her saying that. So then Simone was like, "Girl, don't put your hand on me. I ain't taking no picture with you."
Simone always has misplaced anger.
So
I'm not saying that she shouldn't be mad at Heavenly for being, disloyal or whatever, but her anger, she pop off on the women in ways she wouldn't even get her sons together like that.
So the thing about it is,
together like that
at all. And then I see the son constantly defending his daddy in different posts, like, all y'all keep talking about is this $60K that I got, and my dad is this and my dad is that. I don't hear you defending your mama who money it is at all.
So what happened is that after that whole blowout, Simone was going off, and Heavenly kind of walked away, and Simone was actually looking like unhinged. You know what I mean? Like Heavenly wasn't even being bothered. So there was somebody that asked for a picture. Simone was standing next to Heavenly and Contessa, and Heavenly took it because he asked for a picture, and so Heavenly went in and grab Simone, put her arm around her waist or her shoulder or whatever. And Simone takes Heavenly's arm and just kind of pushes it away. And so the whole discourse is that Heavenly came and she said that she felt unsafe and that she was volatile and using a lot of language that could possibly affect a doctor or a professional person in that space. Is very dangerous to use that type of language. And that's where we're at. And Bad, if you want to finish.
I feel like you did it well. You sufficiently told the story.
That's cray because baby, Heavenly felt I'm not trying to minimize y'all. I promise I'm not. But Heavenly felt unsafe. Heavenly that was ready to act like she was on box with Contessa the whole time. She's talking about I don't know how to fight. That Heavenly.
That's what I said.
Girl, but she running for the Congress of the Senate.
She already dropped out. She already dropped out.
She dropped out? Oh, I didn't know that.
I thought she dropped out. What she was running for. I thought she was doing the district and then she went to state or something. I don't know.
Did she drop out while they were filming though, or is it how post-production stuff?
It had to be post-production. It had to be.
It might be post-production. Yeah, Ginger, are you going live tonight? The people want to know.
Leave me alone. Let me hang out with my friends.
Listen, Ginger, that's why I be coming to your live and I'll just be trolling in the comments, girl.
Let me hang out with my friends over here. No.
Yes, Ginger.
But I heard that she dropped out. Listen, it wouldn't have mattered if Heavenly didn't drop out. The way that she acted at that goddamn campaign launch, she don't need to be nobody's representative of nothing. She don't need to be on a PTA.
No.
I understand that. I just, you know what? I love that we're going to talk. Yes, Heavenly problem. We've always known it. She's entertaining as fuck. but a problem. Should never serve on an usher board. How about that? You don't even do it. You just sit down. But I will say, to me, the true villain is Toya.
Really?
I do believe that. I believe the true villain is Toya. Toya is constantly driving conflict. And I think Toya is the reason, or part of the reason, why Simone unfollowed Dr. Jackie.
Okay, FYI, correction, Miss KRB3 is saying that Heavenly did not drop out. So if you are not registered to vote yet in the state of Atlanta, or, oh my God, in the state of Georgia, go register to vote so you can vote for Heavenly, y'all.
Please.
And listen, even though Heavenly is a doesn't have the why am I hating dark skin? I'm not hating. Toya's the problem. Even though Heavenly does not have the demeanor at all, I will say, when it comes to health and reproductive rights, she has been a really big champion on that. And I'm not saying it's Heavenly, but we do need more Black women in all these positions.
I feel like you already know what I'm going to say, Nikki. I'm not a huge fan of just optics. You actually need to be someone that I think would be valuable in the role, right? Because Heavenly, while she, and I hear you about her being a champion. Oh, new count goal. Y'all hit it. Thank you so much. Let's get to 150K. Let's do that by 8:50, 14 minutes. Thank you, Proverbs 31. I hear that, and y'all already know what I'm about to get on Heavenly's top about. Heavenly is very fucking male-centered, very fucking misogynist, very fucking conservative. I actually don't think that she represents me as a Black woman, so she's not someone that I would vote for in general because of the way that she moves through life.
Yeah, that's fair.
Personally.
That baby voice with Damon, I can't take it.
Daddy.
I don't want to.
My God, I be cracking up. I swear to God, I don't know what it is. I'm like, what's she gonna do now? What's she gonna say now? I'm just like, I don't know how Heavenly came back from Contessa. I really, truly don't. Y'all, they like, this is why I watch, because I'm just like, y'all be really out here earning y'all's check. Because if you talked about my dead mama, it's a wrap for life.
They're all horrible friends to each other. I'm just gonna say it. They are all horrible friends to each other. I don't know how they're still friends. They're so mean.
They really are.
And I'm gonna actually say this, Nikki. You think that Toya is the biggest villain, and Ginger, I saw you come off mute, so I want you to go next. It's Dr. Jackie. Ooh, I said it.
I just said the same thing.
Her too.
I don't want to mess up your algorithm. You could
She's the worst.
Touch myself into your comment section.
Okay, Ginger. Thank you, my love. Listen, y'all. It's Jackie. Jackie is a goddamn mess. Jackie is the one that I feel like they just don't show us what she be saying and what she be doing. I think that Jackie just don't be doing a lot of shit on camera. I actually, as much as don't get me wrong, Simone and fucking Toya are a lot. It ain't never no secret a lot. Even Heavenly, it ain't no secret a lot. They are direct, which is maybe part of the problem, right? And it's in your face. It's not no underhanded shit. Jackie be with that fake, I'ma pray for everybody and kumbaya us whole time, be doing shit underhanded. You know what I'm saying? Because how y'all?
I think Jackie is more conservative than Heavenly, to be honest with you.
Jackie is the most conservative and the most male-centered. And my thing is, a friend to all is a friend to none. I don't really care.
The feedback from too many of patients and former patrons of Jackie's practice lets me know that she's the worst one. Because, like, first of all, HIPAA, like, why are you telling Buffy's business? And then just it's like, it doesn't come, like, people look to doctors and specialists, therapists, people in those spaces to be a little bit more gentler when they're delivering information that is coming to women who are with child or experiencing some health issues, and she does not give that at all. Like, she basically calls everybody fat who is not a skeleton like her. I wonder, like, to me, with Simone's meanness, it seems like it comes because it's misplaced anger because she's extremely unhappy in her marriage.
Yes.
Jackie's, I don't know if it just comes from the place that she's not able to have children, because it seems like that's a part of it. But maybe it's because of her education. It seems like that, and her education, because I'm a doctor, listen to me, I know this, you're unhealthy, I'm telling you so. But it does not come off in a way that is helpful or beneficial. It comes off very judgmental. And like, she will talk about you. If HIPAA wasn't a law, oh baby, everybody would know her patient's business. Everybody.
She gives jealous a little bit.
That's what I was about to say. Jackie, her fat phobia is her insecurity, because allegedly, all the women that Curtis cheated with her with
curvaceous, baby, curvaceous.
Yeah, thank you. They look like quad.
Gracious, ass is bodacious.
Thank you. Thank you. So that makes sense. Her insecurity about calling out,
calling everybody fat
with curves, absolutely, because you ain't never been, but you want it so bad. So what do? You shame others for having their natural bodies and saying you look unhealthy. No, baby, you look like you need a 2-piece and a biscuit. Okay?
Please, Nikki. Okay, let me tell you about this. I have actually been watching, and I kind of wish I had watched it when it was on live, but I've been watching Married to Medicine LA.
I never watched that.
Wait a minute.
Wasn't it only like 2 seasons?
You just started?
I just started it. It only has 2 seasons. I watch it like in the morning because I'm getting ready for the day sometimes.
Interesting.
What do you think about that one? I never watched it though.
I liked it. I mean, I'm biased. I've liked it so far, but I also it's LA. So I love seeing my city on TV. It just reminds me of home. Like, so of course I'm a little bit biased. It makes me feel like homesick a little bit, but I'm liking it.
So when you coming back, Tina?
Girl.
Okay.
Listen.
Okay. When you coming back? Okay.
I need to come for a visit. But I will say that, like, I also can tell that it's going to be interesting between the women.
Okay, we're going to have to get your play-by-play. I can't wait to get your play-by-play.
Yeah, I actually liked it. I just don't think that they had enough personality like the Atlanta girls, you know what I mean? I just think that's why it didn't that franchise didn't like pick up. Yeah.
Tashina, it's still all black women. This might be a hot take, y'all, but I'm gonna say what I want to say. They're all black women except one of the women. Her mother is black, but she is a white passing black woman. So you would read her as a white woman. But yeah, it is still black doctors.
Oh, I didn't even get that. I thought she was a white lady.
Yeah, it was in the first episode. Her mom is a black woman.
I don't remember that.
Yep, her mom is a black woman, a dark-skinned black woman too. And her dad is a white man, but she looks like a white girl. So she white, but biracial white. Yeah. Because I don't do the racist phenotypic, even though it's all made up. That's what we've agreed to. socially and culturally. Anywho, I'm not gonna go in my soapbox. But yeah, it's not until she opens her mouth that you think she may not be exactly
Kind of like Mariah Carey or something.
even lighter than Mariah. She's even lighter.
Nah, Mariah you can tell Mariah's biracial. Like,
you can
know
tell
what I mean?
that Mariah is a mixed girly. This girl, you would think she was a white girl, I think.
What's her name? I need to see a picture of her.
Ooh, what is her name? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I
don't remember.
I might have to rewatch. I watched it when it first came on, and I don't remember any of them.
What'd you say?
It was so long ago.
No, it wasn't really just two. It was a really long time ago, but that's kind of why I like watching it now, because nobody else is watching it. See, last time I told y'all about Oahu Shores, and then y'all talk about, oh, that looks good. See, but see,
I
this
didn't watch it
though. You said you didn't watch it?
No, I listened to you. You gate kept. I stayed out the gate.
It is Britain. It's Britain Cole. That's her name. Let me see if I can find a picture of her on my phone. Hold on. So I can show you.
Yeah, I remember now. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it is a long time ago. Somebody asked in the comments earlier if we're watching the Married to Medicine. If we're watching the child, don't piss me off. If we're watching the that's her.
Oh yeah, she do look white.
You not walking.
Is she married to an Asian man?
Is she married to a black man?
I don't know what he's not white, but he doesn't look. I don't know what he got going on.
That baby looks Asian.
That baby don't look white.
I'm gonna show you her with the husband and the kids. I guess he's black, maybe. Yeah, I don't. You see, it's a little unclear. Like it's something in there, but I don't know what it is.
He got something in it, but we don't know. Not Tasha being like that. It's a white woman, honey.
She looks a little bit more biracial on that picture.
Well, it's the hair. You know what I'm saying? It's the finger wave, right? So I'm saying I could easily see him being like having like Arab. You know what I mean? Like, or like Mediterranean, like
or Egyptian, maybe something like that.
Yeah, he's what me and my best friend would call a little ethnic, because I don't know.
This is the beauty of like a hairstyle and an outfit, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because it'll change perception of what we think someone is. But if you watch her on the show, cause see, like this is another one of her and husband.
Oh, she tried to curl it up. She let the curls. Yeah, he looked.
There's something going on.
Yeah,
she ain't white.
She looked white or ethnically ambiguous. Like it's just one of those. You know,
and I feel like we only say ethnically ambiguous because we've allowed so many white women to tan. And cosplay as black, because the reality is you can look at me and know that I'm a light-skinned black woman. I think that it should be obvious. It is obvious to people. It's just because we've allowed so many people to cosplay, because that's.
Yeah, she looked like a white woman right there. But when the white girls be blackfishing, they still look white to me.
I agree, but it's like how everybody thought Ariana Grande until she
oh my God. That's
this
just
my
dumb.
juice. This my cookie. This my juice.
But you know what, Tina? I think another reason why Married to Medicine LA did not get picked up for a third season is because Married to Medicine, you know, the original had already been airing, so we have gotten used to those people. Like, you know, they eased us in. They were very professional, not too, you know, they were, you know, nice, nasty at the very beginning. It wasn't until like later on in the seasons where we really got to, you know, see they ass. And I think that is what happened to LA, is like they were trying to, kind of ease, and with these shows, if you don't come out, necessarily with drama right away, there's like a very low chance that it'll survive.
I just think that so I'm going to say a couple of things. Nolan, she said that she's black, but I want us to acknowledge that race is made up. It's not based on DNA. We're going to start there. Basing blackness on a one drop rule is a fucking fallacy made up by white supremacy in order to separate us from rights. So if someone is phenotypically white, they are white. Period, full stop. It is based on phenotype. I'm sorry. Yes, her mother is black, but you would not see that woman and read her as a black woman. I want y'all to not tell that lie to me today. You wouldn't. You might be like, she's a spicy white, but you would definitely think she's white. I just want y'all to not lie to me. And that's okay. It's nothing wrong with that. She is culturally black. She's culturally black. Oh, okay, Nolan. She is culturally black. I don't know that I think she identified as biracial, which is also a whole other thing.
That's a whole nother thing, child.
Whole nother thing. But yeah, so that's that. CJ, we were talking about traders. We talked about, right now we are talking about Married to Medicine. You missed our whole political conversation. You would have enjoyed that. But yeah, so I kind of feel like the reason why they didn't do well is just because, if you are from LA, it's just, even the girls, when they went on the first episode, the Atlanta girls go to visit the LA girls and they're like, everybody here is so nice and it's so like just relaxed and everybody's just like, so it's not so stressful. Like, yeah, you were never gonna get that in LA. It's not that there's like, obviously there's drama everywhere, duh, but like the vibe and the energy of LA is different. And so they should have tried to approach it. They should have tried to tell a story of doctors in LA versus trying to make it another just Married to Medicine, if that makes sense.
Exactly. No, I totally agree with that. And that's why I said, when Married to Medicine first came out, we really got to see the stories of Heavenly and Dr. Jackie and Simone and all of that. We got to see, their practices and who they're helping. And, that's great and all. But if you look at the Housewives franchise from the very beginning, from OC, and then, the ones that last come out really strong at the very beginning.
Mm-hmm. But that, I feel like that's lazy on the production side.
Absolutely.
Because that's the production's job to bring those things out of the cast
but with a black show.
And make it, but they have to make it the LA, don't make it, because if they can franchise the Housewives, they can franchise Married to Medicine.
Correct.
And let it live as LA lives, and let Atlanta lives like Atlanta lives. That's the production, and who knows which production company had it. I think that's lazy on their behalf.
Absolutely.
Tashina said, which part of LA are we getting though? I don't know exactly where she lives. I know at one point they drove along the PCH, but I'm just going to be honest. Her house looked like a house you would see in Inglewood, but I'm not sure where they actually were. I'm not sure. It wasn't Allen's type of LA. No, it was not like a Diamond Bar. It was in the city. It was LA, as I would say. Yeah, so it wasn't like out in the valley or anything like that. It was actually not like Riverside or some shit. No, they were.
Oh my God, Tina! I drove through Diamond Bar the other day, and I thought of who. I was like, oh my gosh! It was so funny. I was like, is he around?
Business
is so funny.
He ain't gave back to his alumni. Okay, let me start.
Okay.
I was like,
was he there when he was supposed to be there?
I thought of everyone too. I was like, ooh, it would be so funny if he was around.
But who is Ace? Okay, sorry.
No, I totally thought
The
about
world
like,
may
that would
never
be so
know.
funny. If he was shucking and jiving off the side of the freeway too.
Please.
How many schemes does it take to get to the center of Allen? The world may
I was
never
like,
know.
he totally belongs in Diamond Bar because I've never really been through Diamond Bar. I was like, he would belong here. This is his spot. He does belong here.
Just real quick, just real quick shade. And I promise I don't want anybody to talk about it. But did y'all see that 3D and I will call him Ace after the documentary Ace.
Why?
Because of possibly what people have come to find out about his. Did they make that up? Are you
Ain't
sure
nobody been able to actually show a legitimate source where they found that.
I'm just saying, if it's true though.
So we can call him Alan still?
I'm just saying.
Call him whatever you want to call him.
I'm just saying. You're right, Tina. You're right, but like if it is that, I'm just saying I understand why he would want.
If the little man, okay, so if
little man, la boo boo, I will always say la boo boo. And Taylor did a little they had a little interview together in like a gym. Like, have y'all seen that? Girl,
I saw that.
You saw that, girl? I was like, they can't get anybody to interview them, child. I was like, and 3D, you have a whole ass show. You can't get nobody to interview, baby. Good luck with this.
Wait, Nikki, a show?
Okay, wait.
A show?
Beyond the Villa.
Well, he's gonna be on
Beyond the Villa.
Oh, okay.
T, you just said that they interviewed each other?
No, they didn't interview each. Well, they had somebody on the other end with a camera asking them both questions, but they were in some high school that Ace's uncle, or I think maybe his uncle Bully or whatever, and they were just there talking about, I don't even know what they was talking about. Like,
I was about to say, what they interviewing for?
Like, it was just about they was just basically hyping each other up. It was just weird, y'all. If y'all can find it, like it's a good laugh.
Somebody wants to know, to those of y'all asking in the comments what Nikki is talking about. So after his mockumentary came out, and he was saying, I don't like the reason why I changed my name to Ace. It's a sensitive subject. It's a sensitive topic. People then made the jump to his dad was a PDF file or had like essay allegations, something like this. Essay allegations, like he had some bad character, and so that's why he changed his name. But when I asked where that originated, like, well, where did you all find this? Nobody's been able to point me back to an actual source. People are just repeating it. It's like a game of telephone. And so now so many people have said it that people are assuming that is a true statement. So I don't know where it originated. Because here's the thing, if it was an allegation, there's not a public record unless there was actually a conviction. And people would have found that a long ass time ago. So
I don't even know his daddy's name. I don't even know his daddy's name.
He was the
Well, his
junior.
daddy's name is his name.
Yeah, he's
An
a junior.
allegation?
Oh, that's right.
the
He's
whole
a
reason.
junior.
Yeah.
Yes. An allegation would be extremely hard to find. So I don't know where they got that from. I think that people are just making that up because they want to build the same way the same way that they heard Honda Civic say, I was scared to be with my dad, and they said, oh, he was essaying.
Oh, Tina.
Just call him the Gerber
I was
baby.
trying to give him a little bit of grace, but you're right, girl. No, ain't nobody found.
It's not like a dead name. He's Alan.
Because I just feel
No,
like
he shucks and jives on TV. I don't believe it.
He has just been so intentionally vague and so intentionally evasive that I'm not willing to take his word for anything. You're gonna actually have to say some shit.
That's true.
You're gonna have to say some shit for me to be like, oh, okay, and I'm gonna need to be able to substantiate it.
You know what? Thank you for gathering me and my 2 edges that are left. Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Okay, Anne, do you want to give us your thoughts before we continue chit-chatting about Married to Med and then move to Potomac? All right, give me 2 seconds because I'm flossing. Can somebody go before me? Yeah, we're just kind of chit chatting. What else do y'all want to say about Married to Med? These women.
I wanted to hear y'all's thoughts on the whole King and Quad thing. You know what? The thing for me is that you know, I think we kind of already saw it. We already saw it, you know, after that whole conversation about, you know, the eggs and whatever, and he was just like, I mean, do you really want to do this again? You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, at this point, girl, just do it on your own. I just want you to do it on your own. And like someone, I don't even know where I was, or, you know, maybe I was watching a podcast. I think I was watching Carlos King. And I think Claudia was just saying, she was just like, Quad, you know, having been on reality TV show, if you show up, Kenya, with a man right away, you know you're gonna get roasted. That, you know, Stacy, that y'all probably you know, paid this man to be here or whatever. And you know, Claudia was just like, she's been really intentional. They dated for a year before she brought him on the show, so it was a real relationship. I just think, you know, based on his response to, or how it came out, I think that Quad broke up with him, and he does what a man does, acts emotional and goes online and starts acting the fool and starts making it look like it was his decision. That's just my thing.
I agree. What do you mean the whole time you were dating her, even before you got on the show, she was not being her real self? I don't believe you. Also, I knew from jump he did not want to have a baby. He kept saying, I had that, I did that already, I have a daughter, I have this, I'm doing this for you, I'm doing this for you. You cannot bring a child into a household where one of the parents is just going along with it to appease the other. That's just how I feel. Like, I knew he was not committed.
And I felt really bad for Quad, because after what we witnessed with that crazy man at the very beginning, and Quad was very intentional about, and I'm so glad she did this, by not having his child. Mm-hmm. Like, I just think that was the best. And I think because she had been in this relationship and she was so happy, she was just so, like, she finally found someone that was just like, okay, I want a child with you. This is what's making me want to have a child.
Right.
And that's why I feel very, very bad that it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I definitely feel bad for her too. Like, I'm not taking any pleasure or entertainment from them breaking up. I'm just mad that people weren't seeing the disinterested look on his face, because it was always very obvious to me that he was not invested in this like she was.
I don't disagree with that. I think that they were always giving a little bit of performance to me, which again is not necessarily negative, because I think that everybody on reality TV is always performing. That's not a shocker. Duh. So I think that there was some level of performance always. I think back to last season when he was first there and they went and did the little trip or whatever, right? Like, there was a little bit of performance. He always seemed to kind of be, like I say, just enough, but that's not inherently a red flag to me, right? Like, he could just be a more reserved human, and he's being on reality TV because this is what his woman does and she asked him to do it. But it was obvious to me from the beginning, it was obvious to me in the beginning of this season that something was amiss between the two of them. And something was just off, and I couldn't really put my finger on it, but something was given. Shit ain't sweet, actually. And then I think adding the attempt at bringing a child into that dynamic, which I'm not going. Is this being shady? maybe a little bit, but like it doesn't make sense to me that now Quad wants a baby. That just is already kind of like a shocker to me. And I don't know if she's having like a moment in life where it's like, oh shit, I'm reckoning with like the choices I've made and maybe I want to make different choices, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, that's weird that like you want to have a baby now after all this time, didn't want to have a baby in your prime, which I can appreciate. But then she seemed to always want to be childless. It was never like a,
I don't think that. I hear you, Tina. I think that's a possibility.
Yeah.
And I know women that, even my best friend, like, who says that she never wanted kids, right? But had her daughter, like, in her 20s and said no more. She was done. And still to this day, she was done. But she met a man that, she was with for like 3 years. And she was open to having another kid with him because she was just like, I can see us together, happy, raising this, and I wouldn't be doing it by myself. So I think that might be like, I think with Dr. G, like, because it was abusive. Yeah, that's exactly. I think that was like, and so I don't think she met anybody that she was like willing to do that with. And I do think they both are right. I think she's at an age where she's just like, if it doesn't happen now, I found this man. He loves me. He's showering me. He's taking care of me. Let's do this. I think this is the time. So I think both things are true. I think the clock was running out, and she was also, in a happy, healthy relationship. From what I gathered, until recently, that she probably was like, yeah, I want to do this with you. But she still wasn't paying attention to his needs, what he was saying. She wasn't listening. She had an idea in her head about what she wanted, and she was not seeing the signs that he was not really all that hyped, that he was actually just doing it for her. And who wants anything that somebody's just doing it for me just cuz? Like that's never, like, I want to be in a partnership with somebody that's excited the same way I am.
Well, I want to say this, and I want to let you jump in. I want to also say the fact that he seemed to only be doing it for her, it gives you not about to be an active parent. Like it's not giving that you're excited about this opportunity. He's like, I'm good. I got a kid. Right. So it's like, it's almost like you're doing it begrudgingly and not with like enthusiasm. Like that's not enthusiastic consent. And I don't know why we don't think that that's weird. The same way we would think it's weird that like a woman's like, okay, well, like, I mean, if you want to have some sex tonight, then like, that's cool. Like it's what you want. Like, all right. And then just so y'all know, I did look up the reports about Alan's dad. The reports are not, he doesn't have essay allegations. What he had was someone that made a lawsuit against the university he was working for. And in the lawsuit, the person says that they were told by someone else that he was having a sexual relationship with players on one of the teams at the school. Not the teams he was on, but like on one of the teams at the schools, that he was having sexual relationships with those students, that they were told that by someone else. So people did make this jump. That is not what it says.
Thank you for
and I also don't know that they got that. Someone said that they got it from his name change request record. That is public record. That is true. I will investigate and see. Women students, Destiny. I will investigate and see if I can find the public record, but I didn't find one in my quick searches for them.
And there's other reasons that people could want to change their name. People just jump to that though. Like I know two guys personally that one just changed their last name from their father's name because he felt like his daddy wasn't shit his whole life. And then another one, you know, like he was a junior and wanted to change his name because same.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they were, you know, those exact allegations. It could be so many reasons.
Yeah, and I will say too, last thing, y'all, it was women students, though I don't think that would matter. But you are welcome, and I will look to see if I can find the public record. And please go ahead and give me
Can I ask a quick question before
yes,
goes? Do you have to put the reason you want to change your name on one of those forms?
So you do have to request for the name change to happen and tell them why you want your name to be changed. You do have to give a reason. But it doesn't have to be deep. You can change your name because you fucking feel like it. Like my little sister had her name changed, her middle name changed 2 times before she turned 1 year old. So like you can change your name because you just fucking want to. My mom changed her name. Child, I don't even know if she should have, but she changed her name just by writing it on records, a different name enough years in a row where that became her legal name without her ever actually doing paperwork for it. Child. Anyway, Anne, please give us your thoughts.
What is going on, y'all? All right, let's be clear, because I've been watching Married to Medicine since the very beginning. You know, I've been in the medical field for a minute now. And so I was like, ooh, medicine, reality TV, and of course the lower Black people. I said, I'm in there, right? So during COVID, I started binging and I couldn't stop until I caught up. Because at that point, I think they were like maybe 5 seasons in. And yes, Tina, I'm actually interested in LA. I just wanted to see the different dynamics because, you know, just like Nikki said, if they're able to franchise the Housewives, why not Married to Medicine? So I was just loving that contrast of reality TV, Black people in medicine, you know what I'm saying? And then, so what I do remember with Quad, I think that she always wanted children, but she didn't want children with Dr. G. And I'm saying that because she knows... Nikki said Toya is the problem. I agree with Nikki in terms of Toya being the problem. We could discuss that after. But what I was saying is that I don't know if y'all like remember, you know, yeah, she didn't feel safe with Dr. G. And remember that reunion, both of them were going back and forth and she was expressing how, you know, physically and, you know, verbally abusive that he was, and she said she didn't feel safe bringing a child into the world with him. I think she always wanted children, she didn't want it with him. However, I will agree with Nikki and whoever else said this, that you know, she's looking at the clock, you know, the biological clock is ticking, and she's like, all right, I finally met a man, I'm in love, let's do this. I think here's the thing that might be unpopular, but I think King wanted it at first. And then, you know, the relationship started to probably go downhill. And in terms of like maybe seeing what it did to her body, the hormone shift. And, you know, he was expressing in the show that, you know, it's taking him away from his daughter and it's taking him away from his job and other priorities. Maybe he got exhausted with the whole, you know, flying back and forth to Ghana and, you know, Dr. Jackie being, you know, the American doctor, her doctor here in the States. You know what I'm saying? Like, we often don't think about like the men in the process in terms of pregnancy, postpartum, all that. But, you know, if a man is there, he goes through it with you on a certain level. And I'm not trying to give men too much credit because I'm not male-centered. But maybe it was hard for him to watch her go through that. And then, you know, him having a daughter, he's like, do I really need this? Or maybe he on some level was people pleasing to her and be like, let me do this because I love her. And then maybe, you know, he turned out not wanting it. And yes, I see your face, Tina. Here's the thing. You know, I do watch Carlos King a lot, and I have like, I'm a Patreon member. And so, and this is out publicly, so I'm not telling her business. So Dr. Heavenly said they were broken up while the show was filming. And so it makes sense why King's demeanor towards her had gotten meaner. Just the way that he's spoken to her in terms of like making, you know, she was making these statements about, you know, her attitude, and she's being, you know, for lack of a better word, calling her, you know, bitchy because of the hormones, and, you know, like her back, her big back. I didn't like that. Quite frankly, I don't like that. You shouldn't speak to your woman like that, especially if she's trying to bring life. It's a lot on her. And if you guys see the preview for next week, she's finally telling the ladies on the trip that, hey, you know, we tried and none of the embryos made it, unfortunately. And here's the thing that turned me off from Dr. Simone. I believe this was 2 seasons ago. Don't quote me on this. Dr. Simone said, yeah, we brought Dr. G back for revenge. Okay, maybe it was, okay, so Dr. G and T left last season. We brought him back for, when she said that, I was so, like, pissed. Like, you know, when you're feeling like righteous.
Wait a minute, who said that?
Simone.
Dr. Simone had said, we brought Dr. G back for revenge. And that irked me. I think this was the time during the beach scene and they were arguing back and forth. And my thoughts were like, why are Quad and Simone always beefing? What's the tea? And y'all made me realize all these conversations that we had is like, you know, you're mad at Quad because she had the strength to lead and you didn't. And here's the other thing though, the cast is responsible for them staying together. Y'all stayed at that reunion and counseled them back together. And being as male-centered Dr. Simone is and as people-pleasing as she is, she's gonna stick by her man. And I think she still will stick by her man. You could tell that they did it for revenge. Absolutely, because the way that Dr. Simone was cozying up to T, like T is your new best friend. I'm not saying you and Quad got along like that, but y'all are castmates. And I'm not saying that you owe her a level of loyalty. However, woman to woman, I would not bring a man back to a show that you said was physically and emotionally harmful to you as a way to get revenge. I can't fuck with that. And let's talk about Dr. Jackie real quick. She's a meanie, all right? She's a meanie. I've seen certain things on TikTok here about patients complaining with her, and yes, she is fat phobic. I do believe she is angry that she wasn't able to carry children, given that she's a 2-time cancer survivor, ovarian, I believe. And I empathize with that. However, it doesn't give her a license to be a bully, which is what I think some people do. I believe that she might be she has some form of narcissism that like she enacts her revenge through bullying her patients. And I've seen the way she talks to her patients on TV. Oh, you a little big. Here's my thing in terms of someone who's been studying medicine for all these years. Like the BMI was made for white people, right? So these are outdated forms of science and outdated measurements. I believe that's what she operates by because the figure that she has and, you know, her thoughts. Dr. Jackie is perpetually angry at her husband's second family somewhere else overseas. Oh, there's a second family. That's alleged. I'm going to say allegedly. Gem. Yeah, I think that she operates in white standards in terms of like weight to height ratio, because that clearly doesn't fit for Black people or POC. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it doesn't make no sense. Like, as someone who's been like, when I studied this, I'm like, okay, BMI is very outdated. Remember that medicine was made for white people, and that they actually, y'all know in terms of history, how they experimented against our will on our people so they can try to, you know, in terms of like, to get my degree, I had to do a class on cultural competency. You can't graduate without that class. So yeah, like there are certain medicines that are good for Asian communities, Black communities. This is how we're studying things now. So whatever she's doing is white-based medicine. That doesn't work for people of color or Black people. And she lives in the Black Mecca, Atlanta. Make that make sense. And the way, like, when I looked at Quad, like, Quad chose her to be I was side-eyeing. And mind you, her and Quad went together on the Sherry show, talking about, yeah, she my doctor. And then Dr. Jackie tried to be like, that Quad wasn't very compliant and she don't listen to directions. Why would you try to do that to another Black woman on national television? Couldn't y'all keep that to yourself? She's not only your patient, but she's your friend. And here's another thing about that I think is a little weird. Isn't that unethical for you to treat your friend or family member because of the emotional connection you have with them? Okay, to me, that's unethical. If my mother comes in, I'm not treating you. I'm not. Mind you, Dr. Jackie is also Tamar Braxton's doctor. You know, she's the one who, you know, she helped her give birth to her only child. So she takes care of a lot of the Atlanta celebrities and things of that nature. I'm not saying that she doesn't love her field. I'm just saying she doesn't have good intentions. And I don't think that she really cares about Black people. I'm going to say that. I'm going to fucking say it. She's fat phobic and she's anti-Black. I said what the fuck I said. She's not for women. You're not for women. Yes, the birth of Logan. Thank you so much, Dark Skin Lover Girl. Why would you say, in a state like this, in terms of like medical racism, why would you go and say that Black women have a higher threshold for pain? Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Bad, for the gifts. Why would you say that? That makes Black women look bad. We already have to, like, you know, how do I say this? in terms of like advocating for ourselves, it's already more difficult. So you're going to say that and make us look like, having a high threshold for pain. Like, doctors will ignore our symptoms. And because of that, as someone who almost had postpartum preeclampsia, like that's dangerous, to be honest. And that's all I'll say on that. Thank you.
Okay, y'all. I am actually looking at the documents for the name change.
Oh shit.
Dr. Skin and Bones is killing me right now.
What's the T, Tina?
It's a lot of information, so let me look at it.
Okay, go ahead and look at it, because I want to just respond. And
yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much for saying I think that was beautifully captured when it comes to Dr. Jackie, because she has been very, very detrimental to Black women's health, and while at the same time, she's also being used to champion Black women's health. Like, she was the one invited to, the White House to meet Kamala. And I was just like, I don't know if they don't watch the show. You know what I mean? I just didn't think that she was the right, representative for the Black women's health, knowing that she's been dragged not once, not twice, but 3 times for her anti-Blackness when it comes to Black women's health. And as somebody that is dealing with chronic illness right now, the fact that she would say something like that gives way again to white supremacy and how Black women are constantly treated as if our pain is not real. And I think she has a very white supremacist ideology when it comes to Black women and the amount of pain that in suffering that we have.
I agree. And she calls Black women lazy when they want a statement of, I need to take time off from work because, pregnancy is exhausting and I need some time. And she calls them lazy to the point where, do you know in certain countries that don't even want women working when they're pregnant, and then they give them a year of paid maternity leave after the baby's born? Like this rat race of America forcing pregnant women to labor. Like, what is it to you to give these women time off with your authority as a doctor? Why wouldn't you want that?
And 7th, talking to and having somebody who's never been through the experience, which I have not. I would never tell a pregnant woman what they're feeling. What they're feeling. Right. Like, how would you know?
But why do you feel like the need to call a pregnant woman lazy? They shouldn't have to work while pregnant. Women should not have to work while pregnant. And if you as a doctor can ease the pain, the tiredness, the exhaustion that they're going through, why not do it? It's like she likes to berate her Black customers unless they're celebrities. She ain't gonna do it to Tamar. She ain't gonna do it to Candy or the other celebrities, but the non-celebrities, oh yeah.
Yeah, she was nasty to Debrat too, though.
I was just about to bring that up.
Was almost 50.
You need to lose weight. You need to lose weight. You need to lose weight.
I think the brat was 49 or 50 when she gave birth.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? Like,
our bodies are different. The weight of Black women in our bodies, and I'm seeing it at my age, is just so vastly different because there's been so much that we've had to carry for so long. Like, it does paint a picture as if, she just paints these, pictures that we are lazy. She reinforces stereotypes that are very harmful in the Black community. And like, to be honest with you, you know what? This is a reason to unfollow someone, not because somebody didn't take your side. So
I
I
agree.
honestly look at all those girls and just being like, y'all needed to stand up for that particular reason, and you didn't. Nobody commented on it except for Heavenly, and y'all want to come for Heavenly, but she was the only one that called Jackie out for that, for all of her statements like that.
They should have called her out when she talked about Buffy's infertility. They didn't really say anything when she called out Brandy for having a thyroid enlargement or whatever she asked her. They never call her out for anything. They never hold her accountable because they see her as like this motherly figure. But old people can be wrong too. I'm sorry.
Period. And
I could have never had a doctor like Dr. Jackie because in my first trimester of pregnancy, I had pelvic bone dysfunction, which meant that my pelvis split. Usually that happens in your third trimester when you're about to give birth. That happened for me in my first trimester, which meant that I had very severe pain. I could barely walk very far, unfortunately for me, because I was in so much pain, and I had to wear a brace for my entire pregnancy. So she would have thought that I was lazy and my pain was just whatever she would have thought. But I was in severe pain my entire pregnancy. I couldn't exercise like most women are supposed to exercise. And I have a treadmill. I bought a treadmill early in my marriage because I'm someone who chooses to just exercise because that's something that you think that you're supposed to do. So I couldn't exercise in my pregnancy. I could barely walk. And that was something that was just very disheartening for me. So I could never have a doctor like Dr. Jackie. And I had to wear a full-on pelvic brace my entire pregnancy. I have nothing but photos of me in my brace the entire time.
Okay, are y'all ready for the tea?
Yes.
Wait, can I?
Yeah.
Because I actually have to go. I just wanted to say that real quick that what's her name? Toya recently actually had an interview with Carlos King, and I'll like give you guys more next week because I just started it. But she actually, I like what she had to say about Dr. Jackie. She said that Dr. Jackie needs to be a better friend to all people, that she missed, you know, the old Dr. Jackie who used to make, you know, lemon squeezes and stuff like that. That's like when they used to go over her house and you know, do the peacemaking sessions. I think that Dr. Jackie on camera plays like she's a peacemaker, but behind closed doors, she's doing some insidious things. And thank God we've been able to see what she does to Black women on TV in terms of like the Buffy situation, talking about her infertility. That was the first red flag of her jealousy towards Black women, and even, you know, Buffy's weight. I know she came at her for that. I recently saw photos of Buffy. She has lost the weight. She looks incredible. Not that she needed to, because I think Buffy is beautiful at any size. That's not anyone's business to tell any Black woman in particular what size, you know, they should be. And then to again repeat that mistake with Brandy on national TV, like, oh, is your thyroid enlarged? That is so inappropriate. Like, even if you are like in medicine, it's not okay. Just like they don't like when Dr. Mimi psychoanalyzes. No one likes when you like, you know, bring out their symptoms like that, even if it's in public. Listen, if I was, you know, I'm in medicine and I'm worried about my friend, that's something that we would talk about in private. I'm not gonna blast you like in public like that. I'd be like, hey friend, something looks a little off. You might want to see your doctor. You don't do that in public. It gives me like, and this is 2 occasions that we've seen. So imagine what we don't see, right? And patients who have shared their stories online. Like, if you could do that in public, like, how would you do? Like, what are you capable of with your friend? Like, okay, I think on some level that they deify Jackie. Jackie is like, on some level, their God. And I think that she's untouchable. She thinks she's untouchable. She thinks that she's invincible. When I loved when T was on the show, I'm not going to hold you guys. And not because of the whole Dr. G thing, but T was the only one that went toe to toe with Jackie and would put Jackie in her place. And she was like, oh, I'm an old woman. You know, I deserve respect. I don't like that shit. Respect is earned. I don't care if you're 80. I hate that old school mentality. Like, because I'm old, I am old respect. Absolutely not. I'm telling her, I don't even talk to my grandmother. I am no contact with her, and she's 80 plus. I don't care how old you are. If you don't respect me, she was abusive to me in childhood because she didn't like my mother, and I was her surrogate, and she would take things out on me. I don't care how old you are. Respect is earned no matter the age. And if you can't respect me, I'm just going to choose to respectfully disconnect with you. And the last thing that Toya said that was important is that Jackie keeps repeating her mistakes. Because she's done it twice on television, which tells me you're not changing, you're not growing, you're not evolving.
Finally.
And that's all. I'm going to drop, guys. I have some work to do, but I'll be back. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to correct something. Not correct something, but I just wanted to bring up, because I think Seth said something about her violating HIPAA laws. Jackie did not violate any HIPAA, because in order for her to have ever brought that up on camera, it would have had to been agreed through pre-production that was a part of her storyline.
With Buffy?
With Buffy would have had
Buffy swears that she never gave her permission. So
no, Buffy, but no, that's not true. Buffy, it was on camera that she was having reproductive issues and wanted to have a baby.
But that wasn't Jackie's.
It's still
information.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like it just wasn't illegal. That's why Buffy could not sue Jackie for saying that. That's all I'm saying. It's unethical. Period.
Is Jackie the one that brought it up first, though?
No.
Okay.
In that moment to the group, though.
To the group, but
yes,
like we had already seen Buffy's journey on her having a baby or not being able to have a baby. She had already talked about it.
I would say if she brought it up, if Jackie brought it up to the group, she did violate HIPAA. Now, I don't know if they have ROIs in place, but that is a violation of HIPAA. It doesn't matter if Buffy talked about it on camera. Jackie, as the doctor,
she's the
talk to other people about it.
I just think it was a show, but like that's what I'm saying. Buffy would have already like sued her if it actually was a violation against HIPAA. She would have already sued her, but I don't think that was a part of, I don't know.
I think it's against Bravo's policy to sue other cast members, though.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I think that maybe
that's because Buffy is still upset about that. Like when, even as far as last season, bringing it up when Jackie did some, when Jackie talked improperly about other people. Like I think Jackie is one of those people that's untouchable on the franchise. I don't like that. I don't like that Jackie's untouchable. I don't like that Giselle is untouchable. Seemingly like Ashley is untouchable, because it ruins a part of the show. Like they want to put Giselle on this pedestal. Giselle doesn't have any memorable reads, moments, anything. She gets to seat first chair every reunion. People can't come at her. They can't come.
Nothing.
They can't clap back. She shares no personal story, and people can't clap back at her without some type of consequence. You can tell because she's an easy read.
She's a producer. That's why.
She's a producer's pet. Like it just makes for. It doesn't help the show in any way.
Well, that's what Carlos King warned us about
But he likes her, so he contradicts himself with that. He loves her.
What I'm saying is, what he was saying is that because y'all know Basketball Wives, Johnny came out and said the Basketball Wives franchise was no more, and he was saying they are looking to cancel all Black female casts, and the minute that you come into a show and says, I'm not giving you anything, and that's exactly what Basketball Wives was giving. Evelyn wasn't talking to Jennifer, was Jackie and her daughter, what's her name? They weren't really, giving much at the beginning. Didn't Jackie never wanted to talk about, the real stuff that was going on? That's a recipe for disaster, especially when it comes to Black shows. And so I'm in fear of Potomac, to be honest with you. I'm in fear because I really want to get to Potomac because we got to talk about this Karen thing. But I do want to hear Alan's version.
Y'all yapping too much. We're not gonna get to Potomac. Y'all done yap too much. I'm gonna give you this tea, and I'm gonna clarify about HIPAA. Number one about HIPAA, you cannot sue a person for violating HIPAA. You can file a complaint. So maybe Buffy has done that, but under HIPAA, because of federal regulations, you can't sue a doctor directly for violating your HIPAA. You can sue under like state things. You can make a complaint, but we probably would never know. There's no civil case that could come from that. So we may never actually know if something did happen. I will say that about that. Now about Alan and his father. So I'm going to say, so I looked up the court record. He does in fact have a court record for changing his name. He made the petition back in December of 2024 to change his name. And I will say, looking at the actual LA County website, they don't show you the documents. They don't show you the documents. Now, there is a document that exists on the internet that very well could be the document, but I cannot access it directly from LA County, so I can't speak to the validity of the other document that I'm going to speak to. But he did file in 2024, and then he had another order in 2025 to show cause. He had to show up to court in order to have a conversation, I guess, about it. He updated, actually in 2025, he updated his petition. That there's no record of that on this website. Okay, so all that's on this website is the 2024 one. In 2024, he petitioned, and his reason was Ace is a childhood nickname, and Green is my mom's last name. My father's first and last name is his current name at the time, Alan Cabanis, and he was a child essayer. I am in the public media, and I want my mom's last name. That was his original request for petition. There is no record of the updated petition that went out in April of 2025. There's no record of that. So I have no idea what that says. That said, when you look up Dad, because this also would be public record, when you look up Dad's name and child essay or child allegation, like nothing comes up. There's no record of that. And that also would be public record if this was something that had been convicted. So this may be a situation of Alan knows something that maybe other people don't know, or it could be an extension of what we do know about Dad, which is that he was having inappropriate sexual relationships. No, user, that's what I was just saying, that he was having inappropriate allegedly having inappropriate sexual relationships. And I'm only using allegedly in this instance because the person that said it said that they heard it from someone else. So they didn't say they knew they said they heard it from someone else. But that he was having sexual relationships with students at the college campus. So like maybe Alan then made that a child essay thing because there's no, it could be. And so I believe victims, but it wasn't like someone came out and said, he's having an inappropriate sexual relationship with me. Somebody was suing they were suing the school that they used to work at, that his dad also worked at. And they said, oh, and I also heard from Joe that Alan was doing this with students. That's how it came up, right? So like, it could be that that's the stretch. I don't know. It could be that he knows something that just never went to trial, because that happens a lot, right? But that is what was in the original request back in 2024. It looks like it did not get any movement until the case got assigned in January of 2025. Proof of publication. So you had to like provide public record that you actually are making this request. And then in April, he updated the petition for the name change. So 2 months later, he updated the request, and then the request went through. So it's like a lot of Yes, it absolutely is a telephone situation when it comes to the college thing. The dad has continued to be employed at colleges, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean shit, okay? Because y'all know that people do shit they should not be doing all the time, and still people protect them, right? So that doesn't mean shit. But this was not a matter of someone came out and said, Alan, the coach is being inappropriate with me. This was someone that said, I heard that he was doing this. And it wasn't the team that he was coaching. It was a different sport. It was softball. And he was coaching basketball, but they were saying, I heard from someone else that he was having sexual relationships with women players on the softball team. So that's the data that we actually have. And we have Alan's claim of dad engaging in child SA. That's what we have. But we don't, there's all the stuff from December of 2024. There's the January 2025, the February 2025, posting, the publication, but then there's nothing from April forward. So we can't see the updated petition. I have no idea what's on that. And what eventually moved forward with the actual implementing of the name change. Listen, Nikki, you know me. I'm never just going to believe something because somebody said it. I want to look for my own self. And I'm going to use all of my brain. I actually don't feel bad, user. I mean, I understand and respect if you do. I don't feel bad.
He continues to give us nothing, so it's really hard to feel bad for him.
People go through traumatic experiences. That doesn't take away from the fact that they do bad stuff
and cause harm to others.
Yeah.
So.
But
I mean, I think that you should feel whatever you feel. You are entitled to your feels.
Absolutely.
Tina, do you believe that? Because I've always said, as a therapist, I kind of want to get your perspective on it. Do you believe that people respond? Is there a middle when it comes to responding from trauma? Because I've only seen the extreme, either hurt people, or hurt people spend the rest of their lives making sure people are not hurt like they were.
Do I think that there's a middle?
Yeah, or is it just one extreme to the other?
I don't think that anything has to be extreme. Trina, I don't care. Or Trink, I don't care, girl. No shade, but I don't care. They be stalking me. They like to get riled up about me, and good for them. Good for them. If that's what makes, their batteries go, if that's what makes them hit a O, do what you gotta do, but baby, I don't give a fuck. That said, K Boogie, we're wrapping up. I was telling them that I was gonna research this stuff. Yeah, and Nolan, again, I cannot assert the validity of the documents, y'all. I cannot, I'm not going to lie and say that, I definitely know that these are accurate documents, because you cannot pull them up from the actual court. So I don't know how this website got a hold of them, if I'm honest. It's not, and these are public records, so I don't know how they got a hold of the documents if I can't go directly to the court website and access them. I have no idea how they would have gotten that. Wait, let's see. I'm not doing that.
Do it.
I'ma still call him Alan though, for real though.
I'm just gonna say little man.
Hold on, she found something. I see that face changing. Hold on, y'all.
I did see that face change.
Yeah.
Y'all, I might have accessed it on the website.
Bitch.
Tell us.
Let me see if it just matches, y'all. This is so dangerous. They could dox this man. Okay, anyway, that's not my business.
Who? Ace or his father?
You said what?
They could dox who? Ace or his dad?
Ace, his address is on all these documents.
Oh Lord.
Damn.
I will say that whatever the updated thing was in 414, that's still not there. So maybe it was a request to make certain things private.
Maybe.
Are you going live on Sunday?
Ooh, child, I don't know. I have a nail appointment.
Girl.
Abandoning us again.
Listen.
Yes.
Tina just came from vacation, y'all. She is like, we done put her through the ringer today. Chris over there, like, can y'all wrap this up?
So here's the thing. Trina's telling me that y'all pulled the documents up weeks ago, and maybe y'all are very committed. Maybe y'all paid, but the documents are not giving on the website. I think that y'all are looking at the website that I looked at, which is not the actual county's website. But maybe y'all paid because y'all really cared. I don't know. Maybe they paid.
What a waste of money.
I'm on the county's website and I'm pulling up the documents from here, and it's not giving what I'm seeing on the other ones. Like, it's just not giving as much detail or like as much information as the other one is, but maybe somebody paid to download them. I won't be doing that.
These people sure do have a lot of money to blow. They be subscribing to your channel. They pay for the documents. They pay for Etsy riches. They must be rich. Must be.
Cash App up here.
Because honestly, you would have to go through the county's website in order to do it, and because I would know, quite honestly, that's the way you do it.
Yeah,
on the real.
All that you can see. So I'll show y'all I'll show you what they probably were looking at. So it's my text message chat. So on this website, I'm going to show you this website. This is called trellis.law. Okay? Trellis.law has the actual, like, they have copies of the document. Motherfucker. Hold on, y'all. Wrong one.
And just like your transcripts, you got to pay for that.
Okay, so this is trellis.law. Yeah. Trellis.law, though, again, is not the actual county's website. That's my point, right? So I don't know how trellis.law has this data, unless somebody, again, paid for it in order to post it, which is possible. But when you go to the actual county's website and you, hold on. Right here, it says, click here to access images for this case. When you click that to access the documents for the case, and you go to the same exact date, the order to show cause on 12/27/2024, y'all see that order to show cause right there? Okay, when you click that to preview it, I'm not a robot. Oops, shit, hold on.
What's up, pretty girl?
When you click that, motherfucker.
Can you what?
Sorry, guys.
Look at the baby.
My little niecey. So when you click that, oh, motherfucker. Yeah, when you click that on that website, it only shows you one page, and it's not that page that has the actual focus. Shit.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see. Oh, okay, I see it.
It only shows you that page. It doesn't show you the rest of the pages. So again, I can't access it from the county site, but I did see it on Trellis. I just don't know how Trellis accessed that information. Maybe they paid.
Wow.
This is nosy on another level.
This
I mean, my God.
So I just want to keep it a buck with y'all. I am telling you what I saw on Trellis. I can't substantiate validity. It does match the dates, but I can't access that exactly on the county website.
Well, thank you for the research. I think that is very helpful. I hope this man gets the help that he needs. And yeah, I mean, I'll for the sake of argument, I will call him Labubu because
I
go ahead, Tina. Go ahead, Tina.
No, I'm saying I just feel like I've never called him. See, people take issue with me calling him Alan, right? They've always like, oh, why do you call him Alan? His name is Ace. But the thing is, I've always called him Alan because I felt like the other names were me. Like, Alan was just his name, you know what I mean? And so I'm choosing to call him his name rather than like a childhood nickname because I don't feel, I feel like childhood nicknames are like endearing and I don't feel endeared toward him.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
So
yeah.
That's the only reason I haven't ever called him the other names, personally.
That's fair. I know you about to wrap this up, so I just want to do a quick final statement, and that is, going back to our previous conversations, let's find as Black people a way to be active, even without putting our bodies on the line. If that means supporting independent journalists, Black journalists, please do so, even if it's a like and subscribe, watching, listening to them, as much as you can have opinions about Don Lemon, Joy Reid, a lot of people that have been fired, they are on some different shit right now. And I'm telling you, it's about time. They are looking to tell the truth. They're not holding back. A lot of conversations that really need to happen are happening. So I highly encourage that. And also, I just hope that we're all on the same page that Karen is not ready. She's not ready. Mm-hmm. She's not ready. Mm-hmm. That was a mess.
Yeah. Dark skin love girl, we are not talking about Potomac because it is almost 10 o'clock at night and I have a life outside of TikTok at this point.
Can I ask one question about it?
Ma'am.
Is the season worth finishing? I'm still stuck on episode 1. I won't lie.
I think it depends on if you like the girls enough or not.
I would only watch it for Stacy. I can't lie.
Stacy's hilarious the entire season.
Okay,
they're
then
annoying
I'm
about
watch.
Stacy. Angel's annoying. I actually think it's ridiculous what people are doing to her business, and I still don't care for her as a person on the show. That's not going to change. They are doing too much, and I still don't like her on the show. Yeah, I don't feel like she got better for me, Jim. She didn't get better for me. And as much as Monique is projecting, she ain't necessarily wrong either.
Agreed.
Oh, can I also add one more thing about that before we get off? I think that they let Giselle get away with everything because they can't find anyone interesting enough to replace her that lives in Potomac, because real Potomac rich people do not want to be on that show because most of them have security clearance and work for the government and they're not risking their jobs for this.
Well, they said Giselle don't even live in Potomac anyway. Don't she live in
She lives in Bethesda.
None of them do. And
Yeah,
Giselle ain't
Bethesda.
interesting. They just think she's pretty. She's not
Honestly,
interesting.
this is why the DC franchise could not work out past one season, because you cannot put yourself in those positions. You can't.
All the interesting people have jobs that would be at risk if they went on that show.
Yeah.
Andy likes Giselle, that's why.
I'm also going to say this about, I heard y'all talking about Jackie before. I know Ann said that she feels like they almost deify Jackie. I actually think that they infantilize Jackie. They like shrug off some of Jackie's behaviors, like, oh, she's just an old woman that means, like it's like that more than like Jackie's. Like, I think in the beginning, maybe it was definitely more like, Jackie, be our anchor, be our guide. And I think now they just be like, oh, because Jackie be, Huh?
Especially after.
Jackie be genuinely confused, y'all.
Yes, especially after the Curtis affair.
With the glasses.
They have been coddling her after that because she should have left that man, but she won't because she's worried about being by herself rather than just being independent.
I would rather Simone unfollow Jackie rather than not because of her or her trying to be neutral with Heavenly. I would unfollow Jackie for the simple fact that you talked her into staying in a marriage she should never be in.
Yep. Clock
because you want your friend to be miserable like you miserable.
I want Jackie and Simone to live in a house together and just try to live life. Happy.
Golden Girls.
Nuh-uh, Jackie gonna be too busy trying to find a man again. Okay, I love y'all, Dan.
Good night, Tina.
Good night, y'all.
Bye, Tina.
Good night. Thanks, Tina, for everything.
Love everybody.
Bye.
Love.
Bye.
Bye.